Live on a Thursday, the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning kind of has the day off. He's actually in the building, but he's leaving me here, going to see Spider-Man, Spidey, and that's what we had last night. We had two teams pointing at each other for 9 innings, and then the Phillies bullpen said, not so fast. Implosion for the bullpen all night long. 8 different relievers contributed to a Phillies loss last night, which that was a good game, 3-3. We get to the 10th inning, and then all heck broke loose. Hopefully Derek Hill is okay. That was a nasty collision into the center field wall. What was Bryce Harper doing? Well, Don Mattingly said after the game that they actually called him to steal the base, when followed up with the question of, did you realize that him stealing the base would probably get a rise walked? I don't know that his answer made any sense at all, but whether he stole second, safe, out, or indifferent, it feels like the Phillies bullpen issue last night came into full form. Why? Well, let's talk about Jose Alvarado last night, who one batter with the bases loaded, he could not throw strikes. Walks on 4 pitches. The very next batter with the bases loaded, he throws 3 straight strikes and gets them out of the inning. And then, obviously, the next inning after that, the 2 new pitchers for the Phillies, who that they have brought into this team, both of them last night had rough nights at the office. If those 2 guys were brought here to be some high leverage type of guys, they certainly didn't pass the test last night. So I think we're right back to square one with, what does this Phillies bullpen look like? Who pitches the 8th? Who gets it done in front of Joan Duran? And at this point, I don't think the Phillies have that answer. You know, Caleb Killian last night had a rough night, and Blake Raley had a rough night. Those were the 2 guys that pitched the worst outside of Alvarado, walking guys with the bases loaded. Big home run from Luis Arraez last night, got the game kind of kicked off. And my buddy was texting me last night. He's like, oh, I guess Arraez can hit in the 4-hole with a couple of home runs. 1 for 5. First home run since June the 30th for Luis Arraez. And that had a good feel to start the game that, hey, this guy Arraez is coming in. Good things continue to happen. But obviously the Phillies offense kind of hit the snooze button for the rest of the night. And the win for the Nationals last night snapped a 7-game losing streak. They scored 6 runs in the 11th last night. C.J. Abrams for them. 3 for 5, 3 RBI. Includes the big hit in the 11th that goes off the wall, and obviously had Derek Hill hit the wall, and then the ball goes crazy, over to right field. That's a play that Bryce Harper needs to be backing up on. Think about that as well. Bryce Harper not backing up on that play, so Brandon Marsh has to go running all the way from left field into right center field to go get that ball. And then I thought there was a play late in the game, I guess it was the double down the line, would Alec Boehm have fielded that ball at third base that Bryson Stott was unable to get to? Now, full disclosure, I have no problem with Stott playing third base. I think he'll be a fine third baseman, but that's a play that maybe Boehm makes. And that play has a factor in the game last night. So just different things, little stuff last night. It's a long journey, but we're starting to run out of games. We're starting to run out of things to kind of take in. And I think if you've taken anything from last night, so far the trade for bullpen help hasn't amounted to much. The defense last night, the new configuration, Bryce Harper not backing up on that play. I don't think they win the game, but it's a play that down the road have to back up. Maybe it cuts off a run or 2. They ended up scoring more runs after that hit. And then the double down the line for Stott. Does Boehm make that play? Boehm's a little longer. It's a play that we've seen him make in the past. I'm not suggesting that Bohm is some gold glove third baseman by any stretch of the imagination. He has gotten better at the position over the years. And the Phillies lose the game last night. By the way, 10-4. That was actually the final of the game last night. 10-4 for those of you who did not stick all the way to the end. But the game had a lot of different twists and turns in it, even for a game that was 3-3 at the end of the regulation, if you will. And one of the things early, as we talked about, Luis Ariz comes up and he hits the long shot, the big bomb. And you're like, okay, good juju tonight. Feels pretty good. Phillies get the 2-1 lead. By the way, add in the bat flip for Luis Ariz. And they have a 2-1 lead. Then Painter, he has to leave the game, which is believed to be some sort of hamstring tightness. I don't know. Mattingly was not very clear after the game with what it was or what happened. They left him in the game, and was it precautionary? I don't know what to think. Mattingly is not very clear with his descriptions on things. Washington takes the lead in the 7th, but the Phillies come back, and they get that extra run to tie the game up on Derek. That was the run in the extra inning to tie things up. Was the Derek Hill tag up on the Trey Turner? He laced that ball down the right field. That was a great catch, by the way, in right field. And then Hill ends up tagging up to tie the game late there. But for the Phillies, it was a Bryson Stott single that tied the game up 3-3. And then as you take a look at the extra innings, that's where the Phillies bullpen came into play. So more Phillies later on in the show throughout the day. Fastball coming up a little bit later on. Coming up, we're going to break a little early today in a couple of minutes because Jaylen Brown introductory press conference is coming up. It was originally scheduled for 2 o'clock. It is now set for 2:15. So we will have the press conference live for you here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Couple things. I don't know how many people saw last night what was kind of making its rounds on the Twitter X platform. It's the picture that apparently LeBron James posted of Joel Embiid looking like Victor Wembanyama, who I guess Joel has lost a significant amount of weight. So we've got our first picture sightings of the offseason of Joel Embiid. And I don't know if LeBron strategically put that out there or what happened there, but that picture has absolutely sent shockwaves through the system of, oh my gosh, look at Joel Embiid. He looks like Joel looks like he lost like 100 pounds if you just look at that picture. So at 2:15 today, it is the Jaylen Brown introductory press conference on your home for Philadelphia 76ers basketball, 97.3 ESPN. I think that some of the key takeaways for Brown will be, how do you see yourself fitting in with LeBron James? 1, how do you see yourself fitting in with Joel Embiid? 2, how do you see yourself fitting in with Tyrese Maxey? Those are the 3 big ones. Also, I hope that somebody asks him whether or not there is a chip on his shoulder and why he feels like he is the guy that's in Philadelphia right now. Why does he feel like he ended up the guy in Philadelphia? Did he feel disrespected by the Boston Celtics? You know, the Celtics could have started something by making this trade that the domino effect is they make this trade, the Sixers, which now lets them get LeBron James. Could this be the thing that changes the dynamics of the Eastern Conference for the next couple of seasons? It's always been the Sixers as the whipping boy. So much so that Boston has won titles. Now the Knicks have a title. Could Boston, though, have been the linchpin that all of a sudden now changes the dynamics of things that are going to happen in the Eastern Conference? With that trade, with that decision, I think it's fascinating. And I can't wait to hear what Jaylen Brown has to say. His press conference is coming up. It is scheduled for 2:15, and we will carry it for you here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. So what we're going to do, we will break a little earlier than normal today. And when we come back, we will get ready for first time as a member of the Philadelphia 76ers, you'll hear from Jaylen Brown. My guy Rocco's in the building today. Good to see him from Key Acura of Atlantic City. And guys, let me tell you, if you are looking for that new Acura, you want to drive around in style for the Sixers season, the winning team could be the Sixers. Consistency, something they haven't been, the Sixers. And that's something that my friend Rocco and his team delivered year after year at Key Acura in Atlantic City. And I just saw him. He came into the building. We were hanging out for a couple minutes right before the show as Jaylen Brown is set to make his Sixers debut to the media today. We got that coming up for you next here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. So check them out. Key Acura, Tilton Road in EHT, online, Key Acura of AtlanticCity.com. When we come back, the newest 76er, Jaylen Brown, next on the Sports Bash. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. When Jaylen Brown steps to the podium, we'll have it for you right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Jaylen Brown signed with the Sixers, actually traded to the Sixers. Still crazy to think about that the Celtics decided to trade Jaylen Brown to the Sixers. We're going to see what he has to say about it. Now, he has did some Twitch streams and brought it up, but this will be the first time that he will answer questions directly about the whole situation, and we will have those comments for you coming up in just a matter of moments here on the sports. I, for one, am very intrigued. Like, hey, listen, can you win the press conference? You do whatever, sure, but I do want to see what he thinks about now playing for the Philadelphia 76ers and why he's here. Because many people look at Jaylen Brown as, was he disrespected? Is this going to be kind of a chip on his shoulder type of situation? By the way, the presser is going to be held at the Francis J. Myers Rec Center. It is not at the training facility. Brown requested this, and it's something that we talked about before, and it's something that our buddy Keith Smith told us about, is that Jaylen Brown is a tremendous human being that you're getting. You are getting a tremendous human being that is coming to the Philadelphia 76ers. This will be one of those things where the entire community gets to reap the benefits of having a player like Jaylen Brown come to Philadelphia. He's just a tremendous part of the community in Boston, and he will be a tremendous part of the community here in Philadelphia. We were talking a lot about LeBron yesterday, and I'm very intrigued to see if somebody brings this up on the fact that Nick Nurse has kind of said that he anticipates LeBron being the point guard. And what does that mean for Jaylen Brown? What is his role? Because that's a role that he really had in Boston a lot this past year, to where he was a top 5 MVP candidate. Jaylen Brown bringing the ball up and setting the offense for the Celtics. They didn't really have a legitimate second option in the offense this particular season. He was the offense, and it was a lot of kick, a lot of guys that had roles. One night Pritchard, one night Derek White. They didn't have the two-man dynamic duo that they had in their championship season. And, it seemed that Jaylen Brown kind of liked that situation, that he liked the fact that he got to show off his talents and be the guy. Is he going to be happy with that and do that here? 609-403-0973. I know a lot of people, you have to look at Jaylen Brown and wonder what role he will have here in Philadelphia. So I'm intrigued by what he has to say today, just if this is one of those situations where he comes out and wants to send a message to the Boston organization of, you traded me, and I will certainly mark that down. Now, I don't know. Apparently, according to reports, the schedule is supposed to be dropping sometime next week. Have you ever had a time where you had anticipation for the NBA schedule to get dropped? I can't ever remember thinking, oh, man, I can't wait till they drop the NBA schedule. This year, definitely different. This is a year where I'm like, when are they going to drop the schedule? I want to see what's going on opening night. When are they going to play on afternoon? What are the big matchups? And they got LeBron James, which really changed a lot of the anticipation for the season. But this season was highly anticipated even without LeBron James signing here. When Jaylen Brown got traded to Philadelphia, wasn't the initial anticipation for the season completely different? It was completely different. As soon as they made the trade for Jaylen Brown, everything changed. And then you add LeBron James, Anthony Simons. The whole situation has been completely turned upside down. Jaylen Brown. So the press conference was scheduled for 2:00. Then it was 2:15. And now we're kind of in a holding pattern here. We'll see when Jaylen Brown officially takes the podium here. There is a big assembled media at the rec center up in Philadelphia. It is a interesting, they're in like a gym. It looks like a youth, like YMCA type of basketball gym where Jaylen Brown will answer questions for the first time. I would imagine the first question, what's it like to be a member of the Philadelphia 76ers? Great. Were you shocked, Jaylen? Were you shocked that the Boston Celtics traded you to Philadelphia? Like, did you see yourself landing? Like, maybe you saw yourself getting traded. But what about Philadelphia? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. I definitely think that Jaylen Brown has something to prove here, because I think it's kind of it's been about a month since the trade, maybe a little bit longer. I still can't understand what Boston was anticipating here. Like, did the Boston Celtics really think that it was time to move on from Jaylen Brown because he can't play? Or is it more, look, if you just tell me, hey, they didn't think they could sign him, they didn't think he was worth the money, all that stuff. But I hope it's like they're not trying to outsmart the room here and that the Sixers got a lemon. And I doubt that that's the situation. Does anybody out there think that Jaylen Brown is cooked, can't play anymore? Now, I will say this about Jaylen Brown. He's like the opposite of Luis Ariz. He used to be a really good on-ball defender. I think his on-ball defense has taken a step back a little bit. He is not the same defensive player that he once was. Still a really good two-way player, but not the elite on-ball defender that he once was. And are the Celtics trying to get out in front of that? I don't know. I don't know what to think of that. I definitely, though, think that Jaylen Brown adds two things to this Sixers organization that they really did not have. One, you got a championship level player. That's even without LeBron James, a champion, a MVP level player. But they've also got a guy who can take the big shot at the end of a game, that's not afraid of that moment. And that is something that the Sixers have just completely lacked. And you could say Tyrese Maxey can kind of grow into that. But as we saw with Maxey, he'll have it some nights, and other nights he won't, because, quite frankly, it's hard to be an undersized scoring first guard. Now, you could say Jalen Brunson just did it. That's fine and fair. Maybe Tyrese Maxey's not on the level of Jalen Brunson. That's fair to ask, and it's fair to wonder, and fair to say. It's fair to ask that question. Is he on the level? Look, Jalen Brunson, championship player, MVP of the championship. Can Tyrese Maxey be the player on an MVP, be the MVP on a team that wins an NBA championship? I don't know about that. I've had questions about that over the years. Definitely have had questions about that over the years. Whether or not you could win a championship with Tyrese Maxey being your best player, being the number one scoring option. And I think it's fair to say probably not. Probably not. 609-403-0973. We've got the Jaylen Brown presser scheduled for 2:15. It is now 10 minutes late. So we will see if this one kicks off when it's supposed to kick off. It's already late, so we'll see. And I anticipate Brown talking for a while. I think he has a lot of stuff on his chest. I really do. I don't think Jaylen Brown is just going to be like, happy to be here, great city of Philadelphia. I think he wants to kind of get some stuff off. He is certainly talking on the Twitch stream a lot about how weird it feels, I guess, to be in Philadelphia. And as we mentioned, one of the big stories of yesterday, there's a picture of Joel Embiid, who, listen, over the years, we've seen Joel, and people are like, it looks like he's in better shape. This looks like a completely different human being. I mean, he looked like Greg Oden when he got drafted. I mean, the picture was like, whoa, who is this guy? Over the years, we saw the Ben Simmons videos of him shooting threes, and you're like, okay, I've seen these, whatever. And over the years, we've seen pictures of Joel not like this. These pictures of Joel are completely different. So Jaylen Brown has, and that's another question I think, as I bring it up, is somebody asked Jaylen Brown, have him and Joel spoken? And if so, what are some of the messages that he had for Joel? I was one of those people that when Joel played for the Olympic team, I said, I don't even care if he ever plays a second on the Olympic team. Just go out there and be a part of the Olympic team and be around players that are championship level players. And obviously that didn't rub off on Joel. Now, there were people last year that were saying Joel's cooked. He needs to retire. I think Joel is probably going to have a big laugh at those people. I think he had a decent enough size laugh at those people last year, even though he didn't play a lot of games last year. Nobody could really anticipate an appendectomy happening. Had he not had the appendectomy, he probably would have played about, 45, maybe 50 games. I don't know how many games he ended up missing because of that. But he does come back to the playoffs, leads them into the second round. And then, of course, they get bounced by the eventual champions. A disappointing season. No question about it. But the Joel Embiid that you get this year will probably be a better version than the one you got last year. And it probably will be because of his new teammates, Jaylen Brown, LeBron James. I think the big story now turns into Joel. What does this all do for Joel? So asking Jaylen Brown today when he steps to the podium, what do you think about playing with Joel? What was your, I would love to know, these type of questions. You were with the Celtics. How did you view Joel when you played in Boston? Now, I think his answer might be, well, obviously he's a huge talent. He wasn't on the floor enough, but he's so good that he led them to down 3 games, 3 straight wins against us last year in the playoffs. I want to hear what he really thinks, what the league's perception of Joel really is. And then also, do you guys believe that Joel has the ability to play deep and stay healthy deep into a playoff run? I think that's obviously always been a question about Joel, is whether or not he can play every night when it matters in April, May, and June. Are you able to stay healthy enough to play every single night, every other night of the week in round 2, and then into the Eastern Conference Finals, and then potentially an NBA Finals? I'd like to know if Jaylen and Joel have had conversations even before LeBron got there about what Joel's anticipations were for this season. Right? Isn't that the big thing? If you're Jaylen Brown and now you're coming to Philadelphia and you're saying, hey, Joel, we're teammates now. Tell me, physically, where are you? Can we do this together? Can me and you and Maxey deliver a championship in Philadelphia? Because I'm Jaylen Brown. That's the first thing that I want to know. Because Maxey's great. Maxey's the popular guy. Maxey's the smile guy. Maxey's the one that all the fans like. We all know the most important guy is the big guy. The most important guy is the big guy. 609-403-0973. I definitely think that after seeing the pictures of Joel last night, I can certainly say he looks to be in good shape. Now, it is August 6th. They don't report to camp for about another month, right? Something like that. So, actually, right, the end of September, so almost 2 months before the Sixers actually report to camp. So when they report to camp, is Joel going to have dropped even? I don't know that he can drop more weight, honestly. I don't know that there's any more weight left for him to drop. I'm telling you, he looked like Sean Bradley in that picture. but I look forward to the anticipation of what he looks like when he gets there. I definitely know this. LeBron James is going to be in good shape. That we know. LeBron James is going to come in at 41, 42 years old, and that dude's going to be in shape. And this isn't like Joel got the Sixers signed LeBron, and then LeBron got Joel to get into shape, because this is obviously the amount of weight that he has lost has happened over a little bit of time here. All right, so let's see where we are here. It looks like Brown, we don't even know where he is at. Like, I don't even know that he is in the gym at this point yet. So we will try to take a quick break, and then this way we have the full back end of the hour to bring you the Jaylen Brown presser here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. So we'll do that. We'll take another timeout. When we come back, we hope that Jaylen Brown is ready to go. And if that is the case, we'll have it for you here next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 2:40. Jaylen Brown set to go. We'll get that to you in just a second. The Phillies lineup is out. It is an earlier game today, 6 o'clock. It's brought to you by Chachi's 13th floor at Rafici's. Text your name and where you're from to 609-403-0973. And if the Phillies score exactly 13 runs tonight, you could win a $100 gift card to Rafici's in Absecon on the White Horse Pike. And if nobody wins today, tomorrow we will pick a winner for free. And now, 609-403-0973. Phillies lineup: Schwarber, Turner, Harper, Arise, Bohm, Marsh, Realmuto, Stott, and Crawford. Sanchez pitches today. That is your Phillies lineup tonight, brought to you by Chachi's 13th floor at Rafici's, now open on the White Horse Pike in Absecon. Text your name and where you're from to 609-403-0973. All right. Right now, Jaylen Brown is taking questions. He is just at the podium. Here is Jaylen Brown on the Sports Bash.
Jaylen. Tony Jones from The Athletic. My question is, what's this summer been like for you to, just kind of handle mentally, emotionally, in terms of, just dealing with upheaval for the first time in your career? What's it like now that you kind of have some finality with your situation and that you can move forward?
Thank you. What's your name again? Tony. Oh, first and foremost, thank you for having me, everybody. Thank you to Francis J. Community is very important to me, so I'm excited to be able to do here my first intro to Philadelphia. Thank you to the organization, and I appreciate everybody that's in the room. I'm excited to be here, and I'm looking forward to the journey. To answer your question, it's been a lot of emotions. You know what I mean? It's been a process. To be honest, I'm still processing to some degree. Just, one, the excitement of coming to a new city, new place, new expectations, new energy, then also leaving somewhere that you've been for a very, very long time. Like, I've been in Boston for 10 years. I'm 29 years old, so I was there a third of my life. I met some people, some lifelong friends, some people I'll still be connected to. But, in anything that starting something new, it's an end of something else. So it's just a process, just like everybody else has to deal with certain things. It's no different. But it's just been public, so that's the only difference.
Hey, Jaylen, back here in the middle. Hi, Gina Mizell from the Philadelphia Inquirer. Great to see you. You're obviously coming off a career season, and now you're joining a roster with a lot of expectations now going into this year. As you've gotten to know some of your new teammates and sort of gone through that sort of processing thing, just what do you feel like this team most needs from you, both on the court and off the court, especially with the championship experience that you bring?
I'm not sure completely yet. I think we'll figure out as time goes on, as we start to spend time with each other, get on the court, and have conversations, etc. But I'm excited to just be myself. I think that's one thing that I can promise the city and the organization, and the coaching staff, that I'm gonna come in every single day and be myself, put my best foot forward, lead with my integrity, lead with my mentality, and lead with my capacity and my will to win. So we'll figure out the X's and O's and the ins and outs, but winning is the agenda. So that's the first thing that's on my mind.
Hi, Jaylen. Over here. Adam Aronson from Philly Voice. You've played against this team more than any other in your career. I'm curious, you sort of alluded to it, the process of not just turning the page on your 10 years in Boston, but sort of processing that this team that has been a rival of yours for so long is now where you're going to be. Just what has that sort of been like, and how have you sort of processed that aspect of it as someone who's competed against this team for so long?
Yeah, as someone who's competed against Philadelphia for a large amount of time, one thing I can say is the fan base here is incredible. Like, they really get behind the guys. It's one of the harder playing arenas to be in, with the intensity level, with the engagement. So with the fan, they just, you can tell that they love the city and the team here. So that's the first thing that you notice. And then other than that, the talent level there's always been talented players that have come through Philadelphia since I've been in the league, and this team now is no different. So being able to watch some of these guys from afar, Maxey, Embiid, et cetera, and then developing their careers and even having a relationship with them even before I got here, it's nothing but respect. Some of the best players in the league have been in Philadelphia, and now we're just all coming together. So I'm looking forward to the journey.
Jaylen, right here. To your right, Pat Gallen from CBS. What has your communication been so far with members of the organization, Joel, Tyrese? I'm sure they've reached out to you, but what has that level of communication been, and who reached out first? Who was the first one to get in touch with you after the trade?
And who was the first one? I'm not even sure. When it first got traded, I just threw my phone across the room. But who was first? It might have been Max. I think Max, he reached out to me first. He reached out and was like, I know it's a lot of stuff going on right now, but we excited to have you and stuff like that. Maxie and VJ was probably around the same time. But I would say that. What was the other question you asked?
Just the level of communication.
Oh yeah. We talk damn near every day almost. We got like group chats, multiple now, and we we all trying to figure this thing out. LeBron he's active in the group chat, so we just trying to all get on the same page. I think everybody knows how incredible the opportunity that we have, but we also got to put in the work. So my focus is on that, putting in the work, earning the respect from the city, from the coaching staff, everything. Like, it takes time. So I understand how that process of winning works. You got to build from the foundation and build up. You can't skip steps. So we're not skipping those steps. We started early.
Jaylen, in the back here to your left. Adam Himmelsbach with Boston Globe. You mentioned on your live stream that there was kind of communication from the Celtics during the process, but then something changed and you felt like there was kind of a lack of respect shown. What bothered you about how this all transpired?
The whole process, but to be honest, my mind is so focused on what's in front of me. To be honest, I'm moving on. Maybe one day you share the details of kind of how everything transpired and all the moving parts that took place in this. Obviously, it's a lot of speculation. I feel no need to chime in on it because I'm focused on what's in front of me.
And just aside from that aspect of it, how do you look back on your time as a Celtic?
I look back at the city of Boston, and I'm grateful. I've been able to develop as a man, as a human being there. Spend a lot of time in the community, a lot of time at university, studying, learning, figuring out how to approach, how I wanted to go about my philanthropy, figure out how I wanted to approach, how to carry myself. A lot of my most important years, my most developmental years as a young man, I spent in Boston. I got there at 19, so I didn't do a 4-year degree because I left early. So I spent time, I got my degree in Boston in a sense. I spent time there. So the relationships are still there. The connection is still there. I'm looking forward to continuing my foundation work and as well as expanding it to Philadelphia. But, I'm very grateful for my experience, my tenure in Boston. 10 years is a perfect cycle, perfect number for, completion. So now we won a championship, and I have nothing but respect for the city of Boston. But now it's time to move forward a little bit.
Jaylen, Amy Fadul, NBC Sports Philadelphia, right here. A lot was made at the time of you being left off that Olympic roster, and you even spoke to how that kind of fueled you. Do you feel a similar sentiment after the trade, especially maybe when you're going to face the Celtics this year?
Say that one more time.
You're going to face them a couple times.
Yeah. I'm just saying, just one day at a time. That's all I got.
Jaylen, to your left, in the back. Over here. David Murphy with the Philadelphia Inquirer. You're coming into a situation where obviously Joel's been here for a long time. Tyrese is pretty well established. Then you've got, kind of the king coming over. The dynamics in terms of leadership, teammates, is that something that will need to be figured out?
the question of kind of whose team is it?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it doesn't have to be anybody's team. It just needs to be based in respect and work. And that's kind of like my approach. I want to earn everybody respect and trust, which take time. You know what I mean? Obviously, it's a lot of guys with talent, it's egos, but to win, you got to be able to sacrifice. You got to be able to, have trust and communication. So I want to come in transparent. I want to come in with my agenda on the table. Look, this is what I'm here to do. This is what I want to do. I want to win. And we kind of can figure out how to, respectfully move around each other. But it takes a level of time to develop and earn respect from each other. But my approach has always been my work ethic. So like being the first to the gym, being in the film room, I'm looking forward to learning from LeBron. I'm looking forward to learning from all those guys. But, even LeBron, just everything that he's endured during his career on and off the floor. Like one of my favorite things to do is learn. I can't wait to just soak up as much information as I can and apply it to myself.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Joel up until now, and what's the communication been like with you?
Joel, it's been good. Me and Joel have been friends throughout the years, have mutual respect. I know he loves soccer. I love soccer, so we talk about that a lot and stuff like that. He reached out to when I got traded. He reached out the same day. I talked to him on the phone. So I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to earning everybody's trust and respect, and grinding and impacting winning. That's what I've done my whole career. I plan on doing the same thing here.
All right side and back.
Jaylen, right here, back right over here. Paul Hedrick, Liberty Ballers. Welcome to Philly. You were a guy who was a high draft pick, but you came into a contending team in a very competitive situation. Vijay Edgecombe is dealing with kind of the same thing, I guess. What allowed you to kind of have success in that environment, and what can you maybe pass along to him to help him as he kind of navigates that?
Yeah, I think Vijay's in a similar situation than maybe that I was a couple of years ago when we had like some of those rosters that were really like stacked with like a decent amount of talent. And I looked at it like a learning opportunity. You know what I mean? Some of those moments that I learned from back then with the players that I played with, Kyrie Irving, Gordon Hayward, Kemba Walker, et cetera. Some of that stuff I benefited from later in my career because I took the time to learn and talk to and watch their workouts and see their mentality and their approach, take things that they do well and add it to my game, and just keep an open mind. So, I'm gonna be in VJ's all year to just like learn and grow. He's 21, he just turned 21, so he's got a bright future. This could be a great opportunity for him to learn from a bunch of guys. And then also his talent level, he's gonna carve out space for himself just because his talent level alone. So I'm excited for VJ, and I'm a fan. He killed us in that series. There was a lot of the other guys we knew about, but he was a difference maker. A lot of times we played him in those series. So I'm a fan from afar for sure.
Bobby, left side and back.
Bobby Manning, CLNS Media over here. Jaylen, how would you characterize your relationship with Jason over the last year, Jason Tatum? And is that a partnership you both wanted to continue before the trade?
We won a championship together. So anybody that you win a championship, you would think like that's what, a brotherhood or a lifelong legacy would entail. Obviously, there's ups and downs in any type of relationship for sure. But on my end, it's nothing but respect. Besides when he plays the Sixers, I hope he does well. But other than that, everything for me is just based in respect.
Have you guys been able to talk?
Not really.
Hey, Jaylen, in the middle, a little bit to your right. Jaylen, Kai Carlin, Sixers Wire. I just wanted to really follow up on the VJ question. I guess how much of it do you take it upon yourself to maybe be like a mentor to the younger guys, like a VJ or a LeBaron, Adem, Justin, these younger guys? And do you take that upon yourself at all to kind of be like a veteran mentor type of player for them?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, I just, come in with the mentality to, impact winning and lead by example. I'm not designating myself as nothing. You got to earn that with time and trust, and people gravitate naturally or they don't. But, my focus is on winning. My focus is on, leading by example, and you just go from there.
Hi, Jaylen. How are you? Welcome to Philly. I'm Breland from Fox 29. I just wanted to ask you, you touched on it a little bit about why we are here, but I wanted to ask you about the setting for this press conference. It's very different from what we're used to as media members. Why was it important for you to be out in the community and really just start your career here in Philadelphia amongst the people?
Thank you. That's a great question. For me, and people who know my family and I, we are rooted in the community. That's where we hang our hat, is being able to affect other people's lives. I think we're very blessed. I think we've been able to help our own family and be able to, kind of change the course of what our generation or our family name can possibly do. But we look forward to being able to impact others and being able to touch families and households that we may never get to see. So being here at Francis J is as I'm still getting to learn this community, I just wanted to make it important that this was a important pillar in my life and the community and the foundation. And as I'm getting started on the journey and embarking the journey here in Philadelphia, the introduction, the first impression is everything. So I just wanted to let people know in Philadelphia that this is something that's important to me. And my first introduction to the city through my press conference today, I think is just an example of that. So I'm happy to be here, and thank you to the community for allowing me to be here and hold my space here. But I'm looking forward to learning the community, meeting some people, like-minded individuals, and doing some work. So, that's what we're about.
Dan Gelson with the Associated Press. Jaylen, with so many traditional high volume scorers on this team, I mean, you have scoring champions, you were fourth in the league last year. Do you feel you're going to have to change your approach to how you are going to score? Is there enough, the common question is there enough ball to go around for four guys who are used to scoring so much? Is there anything you feel like you'll have to do to adapt to so many teammates you can score with?
My focus is winning. So, obviously, other people's focus may be scoring, and my focus is going into every practice, every meeting, every shoot around, every film session is like, how do we win night in and night out? So sometimes that may change, sometimes it may look different, but whatever it takes, at this point in my career, nothing else really moves me. I don't care about the outside success. I never did. You know what I mean? I don't care about the MVP awards or finals MVP. None of that stuff really moves me. It's nice. But the only thing that's going to move me is doing something collectively. So a championship. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Trying to start that journey and building towards. But, all the other stuff that comes along with it is just a distraction to me. Whatever it takes on a night-to-night basis, it's whatever it takes.
Hey, Jaylen, straight ahead. Mike Sealski from the Philadelphia Inquirer. This is a franchise that hasn't won a championship since 1983. It can be a pretty pressured market, and you obviously played in a pretty pressured market in Boston. How do you handle that? Do you let it in? Do you shut it out? Are you aware of it? Obviously you're kind of part of the media too in the discussion about yourself and whatever team you might be on. How do you handle that kind of external pressure that comes with playing with a team expected to win a championship?
That's a good question. I think at different points in my career, how I've handled pressure would probably look different. At this point now, I probably ignore a lot of it, or just kind of let it just be water under the bridge. My relationship with the media hasn't always been the best. That's part of the reason why I started streaming and stuff like that. But for me, how I handle pressure, I played in Boston for the last 10 years, and the pressure is high there. It's title town. They expect to win every single year, and they're always looking for someone to blame. So some of those years it was me, and so I've been through that. So all I come with is my work ethic, my mentality, impact on winning, and that's just my approach. I come with nothing else matters. Just how do we win games?
Final two questions. We'll go to Tony.
Jaylen, Tony Jones from The Athletic again. Just if you can put yourself in the bird's eye view, because I know you're a player and you're close to this, can you describe, Philadelphia's offseason to you in terms of, just the collective and getting you and, being able to get LeBron, but also, Dean Wade and Anthony Simons, just, everything that, the front office was able to accomplish. And, what were your thoughts on that, just kind of on the collective?
I think they did a great job. I think they did a great job. Obviously on paper, we're excellent. I think so. We have a lot of talent, compared to other teams in the league. But I've been around a long time, long enough to know that just what you have on paper don't really mean nothing. Doesn't really, it can if you put the work in, but it also, if you allow distractions, if you allow the media to get into your locker room, if you allow certain things and the personalities don't work, it can be a detriment. So I'm aware that, it can go either way. It just takes the amount of work and the transparency and the leadership can really guide this thing or not. So for me, I'm just focused on that. How can I, lead with my heart, lead with my work, my mentality. Obviously on paper, we look great, but let's all slow down and take real work every single day in order to make something like this happen. So for me, the work has started already. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm not a stranger to work. My relationship with work is great. So I'm looking forward to doing whatever it is I need to do, whoever I need to talk to make sure that we get on the same page and that everybody's focused on the same thing. Because that we do that, then we'll be where we want to be.
Final question, back left, Gary Washington.
Jaylen, Gary Washington, Boston Globe. How difficult have the past 6 weeks been? You were obviously open for, the Giannis trade potentially didn't go through. Then you were kind of dangled out there for a while. Then people started kind of dissecting your game, dissecting your personality, your impact in the locker room. How did you deal with that, and how difficult was that? And now are you motivated to change what people think?
Yeah, how difficult? What's the honest? How do I answer that, Gary? I don't know. I feel like I've dealt with that for a while, internally, externally. You know what I mean? I just choose to not focus on. I choose to focus on what I focus on. Obviously, it got to a threshold this offseason that was a little bit higher than it's been in the past, right? Where I think people attacked my character. Someone even went as far as said I had a disease, So it's been a crazy transition, to be honest. But none of it is completely surprising, even though like some of these things were said externally, internally, and through organization and stuff like that. There's been conversations that, so to be honest, how surprised was I? I wasn't that surprised. It's just been a crazy process and transition. And obviously getting traded to the Sixers, like somebody that you competed against for the last 10 years, someone that you've just been a rival, and that was a process too. So there's been a lot of stuff, and then having to move your family and move places and shit. It has been a lot, but people deal with it every day. People have to change, relocate, players, I'm not complaining up here. I appreciate you asking the question, but it is what it is. So let's get to it.
Jaylen Brown, there you go. And I'll have my 7 takeaways coming up in the next hour. I got a bunch of notes. I don't even know that I can read my handwriting. I was scribbling stuff down very fast and furious, but I do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 key takeaways from Jaylen Brown there. Actually, not a lot of LeBron questions, not a lot of Joel questions, and I don't even think I heard a Maxey question. I heard multiple questions regarding VJ Edgecombe, but I did have 7 takeaways from the presser. We'll get to that next hour. We're a little late, a little behind because Jaylen Brown was a little late and a little behind. But when we come back, we're going to check in on the Birds. Yes, John McMullen is back to talk some Eagle football with us next. And then my 7 takeaways from the Jaylen Brown presser. We've got the Unsportsmanlike moment of the day and more. Hour two, a little behind. Jaylen Brown ran a little long there. He was late to his own press conference. These guys are always late to their own press conferences. Now, they do it purposely, fashionably late. I don't know. He was very fashionable today. I got 7 takeaways from the presser. We'll do that coming up in about 20 minutes from now on the show. Right now, John McMullen's back. Football season's back. Football's back tonight. You can listen to the Hall of Fame game on 97.3 ESPN as football is back from now until February. Johnny Mack is back. He is the host of Birds 365. And, of course, he covers the Eagles for Sports Illustrated. Johnny Mack, what's up, dude?
Yeah, former Eagles great Kenny Pickett, I think, is going to start tonight. So get excited.
2 gloves. Yeah. Kenny Pickett's back tonight. Kenny Pickett, the backup here one time. I guess that's one of the stories here. Not a lot of stories. Is that one, the backup quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, it's one that sort of caught us all by surprise because it seemed like the Eagles were solidly behind Tanner McKee, and all of a sudden they trade for Andy Dalton, who's, you know, he knows what he's doing. And I can say that about Andy Dalton. He knows how to play the position, 173 NFL starts, so you can imagine why. And he's been better. And he's getting the vast majority of the second-team reps now. So if it stays status quo, he looks like he's going to be the backup quarterback. And then it becomes you try to move Tanner McKee, which I think is the ultimate end game. But that a lot of that depends on how Cole Payton performs in the preseason, because you see what happened last year when Tanner got hurt at the beginning of the season. People may forget he wasn't available, broke his thumb. They went out and got Sam Howell, kept him for the entire year. So in case there's a catastrophe, and I don't know if Cole Payton's ready to handle that third job yet.
John, I want to start on defense. There's so many questions on offense, but this defense, a lot of people like this defense a lot and think it could be even better than last year's defense. What are you seeing in the early going with Vic Fangio, and does it appear that this defense has more talent than last year's team?
Yeah, I definitely think it's fair to say it's more talented. If you think about Reek Woolen coming in and instead of Adoree Jackson, that's a significant upgrade. Jihad Campbell taking over at linebackers and as an upgrade from a talent perspective. Jonathan Grenard, when he gets healthy on the edge, is certainly an upgrade. They're much deeper on the edge, signing Arnold Ebiketie and then A.J. Espinosa, so they can go 5 deep, whereas they could only go 3 deep last year. They're deep at defensive tackle. They're deep at linebacker. Jeremiah Trotter looks like a starting linebacker. The only question is safety. And Drew Makuba looks like he's much improved. Michael Carter's having a strong camp. Marcus Epps is steady. I think they can persevere at safety, even if they don't go outside the organization. You look at the defense and you say, well, on paper, it looks very, very good.
Yeah, John, one of the guys you wrote about over at Sports Illustrated, Michael Carter, they traded for him last year, and I don't know that they got what they wanted for him last year, but could he have an impact or a role that maybe is not foreseen by the fan base?
Yeah, well, he's definitely got a role. He's not fighting for a roster spot. Right now, he's the top backup at 3 positions. He's actually the starter in dime, but you don't play much dime. He would be the dime back. Backup at safety, backup at slot corner to Cooper DeJean. So very valuable player, but he's playing so well at safety, he might push Marcus Epps. In a weird way, his versatility might help him because Vic might want him to back up all 3 positions. But he's a very important part of the team, and he's not fighting for a roster spot. But I do think that he's pushing to be the starter at safety, but he may be too valuable as a backup in other spots.
Talking with John McMullen's back for some football as the Eagles get ready for the Ravens next Saturday night. You can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. A guy that maybe to you, John, played here last year but looks different this year, maybe more developed, bigger, stronger, faster. Who's the guy that you kind of have an eye on that may exceed what he did a year ago?
Well, the defense is so entrenched. There's not a lot of room for young players to step in, or somebody who's been a backup to step in. So you almost have to look on the offensive side. I think Tyler Steen is one of the more underrated Eagles. I think he's got a chance to take the next step and become a big-time guard in this league and get paid a lot of money. This is his contract year. You see what guards are getting paid around the league now. I think he's a candidate. As far as the skill position people, I've been impressed by Darius Cooper. Maybe he can take a step up. Elijah Moore wasn't here, but he's been very impressive. But it's very entrenched team, even offensively, if you think about all the veterans. Now, the problem is most of the players on defense are still ascending, and most of the players on offense are on the descending side of the hill. So I would say that's the biggest difference. But overall, it's a veteran-laden team with not a lot of moving parts. I mean, basically who's going to start everywhere except for safety and wide receiver.
Yeah, John, and obviously on the defensive side of the ball, Woolen is here. He is one change. Most people anticipate that that's a big upgrade, but he has been up and down. It's probably why Seattle was okay letting him go. But what kind of impact and change does he bring to the defense?
Well, he's incredibly gifted. I mean, he really stood out in the spring when it was just shirts and shorts, basically. And he could show off his athleticism. He is crazy from a length and a speed standpoint. He just eats up ground and really closes open windows quickly. But some of the issues you mentioned in Seattle, when the pads come on, he's not been the best tackler. He got benched at one point for some tackling issues. So that's something we need to keep an eye on. And also, obviously, some taunting issues and discipline issues, which certainly wouldn't go over well with Vic Fangio here. So there's some concerns, but from a talent perspective, it's a huge upgrade.
Yeah.
It doesn't always work out, but if it does work out, and remember, he got a nice little 1-year deal, but with his gifts and his fit, he should have signed a 4-year, $120 million contract. And he knows if he performs well here on a good team, he's right back on the open market, and he'll probably get that big contract.
Yeah, I know a lot of people last year looked at that spot on the field as kind of a, I don't know. I guess the opening night kind of damaged the reputation of that position for the entire season. It maybe wasn't as bad with the Dory Jackson as we go back to opening night was, but this should be an upgrade over that spot.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Later in the season, and Dory kind of calmed the issues down and was okay. But even Woolen at the level with all the issues that he had in Seattle is much better than the play that they got at that position last season. So either way, you're looking at an upgrade. You could have a home run upgrade, or it could be a sharp single to left. But either way, you're getting an upgrade. John,
what is your takeaways on the Dean transition to Jahad Campbell?
Yeah, I'm not worried about that much at all, to be honest. And that's one of the few things I disagree with Vic about, which is not easy to do with his reputation and his history. But look, I think people forget the first 7 games last year when Jahad Campbell was on track to be the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year. That's how well he was playing. And Vic is very loyal to Nakobe Dean, loves Nakobe Dean. I think we all do. And, gave him the job back. And I don't think Jahad Campbell did anything to lose that job. In fact, I was surprised because, generally with a rookie, you're going to have a bad game eventually. And I said, well, wait till the bad game, then make the move. And then I think it would have made more sense. I do think Jahad's a better player. Meanwhile, Zach Bond's capable of wearing the green dot and doing all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I think Jahad Campbell out there, as much as I like Nakobe Dean, I've always been a Nakobe Dean fan, and I hope he does very well in Las Vegas. If you're asking me honestly, Jahad's a better player.
Let's go over to the offense where there are a lot of questions. What is your level of concern for what's going on in Lemon so far?
Somewhat concerned, more to do with the injuries. I mean, hamstrings, you and I were talking about that on my show. Hamstrings are an issue for receivers, and some guys are susceptible to them. And he's been here. He started spring work and pulled a hamstring, and he started training camp, pulled a hamstring. It's not a good sign. Especially I'm not a big week one guy. I know everybody's obsessed. Well, he's got help in week one. No, he doesn't. And we went back to Cooper DeJean a couple of years ago, who had his own hamstring issue coming into camp as a rookie, missed the entire camp, and didn't play for the first month. Vic put him in there, and he was pretty good. So it to me, it doesn't matter if it's week one, week 5. But if he doesn't develop into a contributor, or he does have these significant hamstring issues, then you start to have the issue, because they definitely need him to be part of the offense. I'm not impressed overall with the wide receiver group behind Devontae Smith. I think it's going to be difficult, and it's going to be even more difficult if Mekhi Lemon is not contributing. So they need to get him there. Doesn't have to be week one. If I would be as cautious as possible, because the last thing you want to do is keep aggravating the same thing. Just get him 100%, and maybe it's week 6 or week 7. I could live with that.
Right.
But if you're going to derail his entire rookie season, that's going to dramatically affect the team.
What about you look at Wicks? Obviously, he knows this offense. So does he look like he has an area of comfort in the offense so far?
Wicks?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's had a good camp. He does. Obviously, he's the one guy who's been in this system, or a very similar system. And he has looked very good, to the point where, the question was, well, he'll be the 3 and Mekhi will be the 2. When they only have 2 wide receivers on the field, it's going to be Devontae Smith and Dontavian Wicks. That door's shut. He's played well enough to handle that early in the season. That doesn't mean Mekhi can't earn himself into it down the road. But Wicks has played well. But, there's some limitations. He's not the fastest guy in the world.
Has he played well because he looks like he knows the offense next to these other guys learning it?
Well, I'm sure that's part of it. He's the one most comfortable. But,
Right.
No, he's caught the football well. That was a knock. He had quite a few drops in Green Bay, and that was one of their issues with him. And he struggled in the spring catching the football cleanly. But he's cleaned up those things so far in the summer. That's a positive.
Yeah.
He's always been a very good route runner. That's the strength of his skill set. And he's a big guy, so he gives you some of that ex-receiver size that you had with A.J. Brown. He's not that big, or certainly not that fast. But at least you have that size.
Next thing you know, that gets aggravated. John McMullen says Wicks is an A.J. Brown clone.
Don't say that. Don't give anybody any ideas. AJ can run. AJ's much more physical, and he's bigger. But you need, Mekhi Lemon can't be an X receiver. 5'11", essentially. Devontae Smith doesn't have the size. He can play there occasionally because he's so gifted. But you need that big-bodied receiver in the NFL.
Yeah.
And Wicks gives you some of that.
Well, and the role that they got Lemon for, they need him in that role.
Yeah, certainly the start. Well, you hope he can grow to being outside more. Certainly, if you take somebody that high, you want him to be able to at least play the.
You talked about it on your show this morning. Cooper Kupp, he was a guy that was, one of the best receivers in football. He did a lot of his damage in between.
Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. Everybody's compared him to Amon-Ra St. Brown, similar style, not as a player, but similar style. I hate those comps because Lemon got compared to Amon-Ra St. Brown. I heard Nick compare Wicks to Keenan Allen. I'm like, hey, could you guys settle down with these comps? And what they're comping is traits, but as you said, in the aggregation world, he's Keenan Allen. He's Amon-Ra St. Brown.
John McMullen, and back for football season here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, and I look forward to another season of talking Eagles football with you. John, I can't believe it's back. Football is back tonight. Thanks, man.
All right, thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
As always, John McMullen at JF McMullen. For those of you over the years who enjoyed listening to our conversations, football for today. Andrew DiCecco, we got the NFC West today. We'll get Andrew's 2 takeaways, one on offense and one on defense so far for the first week of Eagles training camp. When we come back, my 7 takeaways, I have 7 written down. I might have more that pop into my head, but I wrote down 7 from the Jaylen Brown press conference that we aired in the 2 o'clock hour, plus Nuggets today, Fastball tonight, Sports Bash is live, you out there, busy Thursday. Don't forget tomorrow, Sal Pal Friday. It's back on the Sports Bash. All right, 3:32, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. So earlier today, we heard from Jaylen Brown for the first time. Your thoughts, 609-403-0973. Let us know on the White Horse RV text board. So I got 7 takeaways. I wrote them down on a pad here. My handwriting's not very good, so I'm going to try to make out what I wrote. 7 takeaways from the Jaylen Brown presser, which was about 22 minutes long. He said a lot of interesting things, but the 7 things that I took away, I'll share with you now, okay? Here we go. 1, I thought it was interesting at the beginning that he said, the trade happened, a little over a month ago, I think now. He said he still has a lot of emotions, and he's still processing the fact that he got traded to the Sixers. Here we are a month from the trade. We're over a month since the trade. And he's still, I don't want to say in shock, but he's still processing the fact that the Celtics, because he talked a lot about he grew up in Boston. It's where he spent, half of his life and all that stuff. So he became a man in Boston, and that relationship is now done and over with. And that he has a lot of emotions, and he is still processing the fact that they said, you are going to Philadelphia. And not that he doesn't want to go to Philadelphia or he didn't want to go to Philadelphia. He didn't have, and doesn't like being in Philadelphia. He seemed very, he said something about that whole thing too, and I thought was pretty interesting. It's part of my 7 here. But that he's still processing this all. And you hope that he has come to terms with the fact that his time in Boston is over, which I think he will and has, and processing it by understanding that the next phase of his journey is now in Philadelphia. And I don't have any doubt that he will. He said a lot of things in this press conference that I thought stood out that make you feel that it has. So, number 2, he said the whole process, he is moving on with what happened in Boston. So while he's got a lot of emotions, he's still processing. He is moving on from all of it. And it sounds as like at first he's still processing this. He can't believe it, but that it's behind him. He's moved on. He's past it. So this whole process of being traded and, understanding that this place where he grew up, he will no longer call home. I think for some guys, do they have this vision that I'm going to play in one spot? It'll be the only place I ever play. All that stuff. Did he envision himself being one of those kind of stars that only played in Boston with the Celtics and you move on from it? That's 2. 3, he was asked about all of the players one ball. He said it takes time to earn respect, but he's looking forward to learning from LeBron, meaning it will take time for all of us to play together and respect whose night it is and all that stuff. You look at the teammates that he has here. A lot of them are good players, but haven't been leaders. And he's talking about it takes time to earn respect. I think he walked in that door and immediately had the respect of Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, because he got asked a lot about Edgecombe. He got asked multiple questions about Edgecombe. And, that he was the young player going to a team that, there's always – it's a pressure-filled place to play. And he got asked about that a little later. It's something that he brought up that we'll talk about here. But he said he's looking forward to learning from LeBron. That's something that I find to be very positive, that he's looking forward to what LeBron can add to his game. He actually said that on the Twitch stream the other night. So to me, that's not him just placating to the media here. More on that coming up in the 7 here. I thought this one was interesting, and I don't know what to make of it. See what you guys think. He said, Joel reached out when I got traded. They talk about, he said, we're friends off the court. We have a relationship. They both like soccer. kind of sounded to me not much more than that. It almost sounds to me that Jaylen and Joel do not have much of a relationship. Now, that doesn't really matter, but, it didn't sound as if Jaylen Brown was overly excited about playing with Joel, and that doesn't mean he's not. It just didn't sound like it. I just wrote down, Joel reached out when he got traded, not much more there. And that's the way I felt. There wasn't much more there, right? You agree or disagree, for those of you who heard it. On the text board, 609-403-0973. Mike, I left very impressed by Brown. The trade just looks even better. I was impressed by Brown. He's an impressive guy. It's one of the things I talked about was he's just a great human being, Jaylen Brown. He's just a great dude. But I did leave with that thought that maybe there's not much of a relationship between Brown and Embiid. Kind of what the feeling that I get there. That's number 4. Number 5. Hasn't talked to Jason Tatum. What do we make of that? That, he said he had a good relationship with Tatum, but, they won championships together. And then he was asked, well, have you talked to him since the trade? He said, no. Isn't that a little weird? Like, hey, I got traded. We went on this journey together. Looking forward to what's next. All that stuff. Nothing. Out the door. Out the window. 0. I was a little surprised by the fact that he has not spoken to Jason Tatum yet. Anybody else find that to be a little interesting? And I think that sets up for some great matchups when these two teams play. Right? I'm not saying they don't like each other. I'm just saying doesn't seem that Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum on Christmas Day are going to be passing Christmas cards if the two teams play on Christmas Day. That was number 5. He was asked about scoring and the one ball thing. It goes back to that. He said, my focus is not on scoring, it's on winning. So I think everybody has the anticipation that Jaylen Brown wants to be a 25, 30-point scorer, and that's, he's got to get his. He's got to score his points. He's got to make sure that – and he kind of, he said, my focus is on winning, not scoring. Breath of fresh air or blowing smoke up your keister? What do you guys think? 609-403-0973. Because if his focus is on winning and not scoring, I think that Sixers can accomplish that for him. I think that's something that he could probably get, accomplished. Now, some nights of the week, they probably want him to score. We talked about this before. Yesterday, we're talking about LeBron. You have LeBron James. Some nights he scores. Now, if LeBron James is playing the role of facilitator, some nights Jaylen Brown scores. I definitely think that comment there, my focus is on winning and not scoring. If he's truthful, that could be, a big factor for this team if he scores, 20 points a game, 18 points a game, if his average is somewhere in that range. And he doesn't have to be the guy every single night scoring 28. And I don't think he does. I mean, that's not kind of where he was in the past. He just happened to be that guy this past year because Tatum was out. And then I thought this one was pretty interesting. The fact he was asked about the pressure of playing in a place like Philadelphia. And he said he ignores it. He said he played in Boston where they are always looking for someone to blame in Boston. So he'll fit in pretty good here. Right? One night it's the coach's fault. The other night it's that guy's fault. It's somebody's fault. It's always somebody's fault here. He said Boston, they're always looking for someone to blame. They enter every season with championship aspirations. But he did say that he ignores the pressure, and part of the reason why he has the Twitch stream is because his relationship with the Boston media was not the best. So he admitted that his relationship with the media has not been the best. So it'll be pretty interesting to see how that materializes with his relationship. Because if you listen to the press conference, the first question was asked by Tony Jones of The Athletic. And Jaylen Brown said, "Excuse me, what was your name again?" And he was very respectful that he wanted to hear what the player's name was, the reporter's name was. So he's in Boston. He understands. He's coming to a place where the fans like to blame people. And he says, I'm coming from a place where somebody is always getting the blame. And that's going to be the situation here as well. There will be plenty of people looking to blame someone if this thing doesn't get off the ground and doesn't go the way that they think it should go right off the bat, right? Just the way it works. Who will be the guy that gets blamed? Who's got the most pressure on him? I'll tell you what. Again, looking at the picture of Joel Embiid today, and a picture could say 1,000 words sometimes. Joel looks to be in tremendous shape. Best shape I've ever seen Joel Embiid in. And this is something that feels like we say every single year. But if you looked at the pictures of Joel Embiid, it looked like a different human being. Let me see. I will try to, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, I will try to find a picture of Joel. And for the people watching on YouTube, I will, there we go. So the people watching on YouTube, I will bring the picture of Joel up on the screen. So if you want to see what Joel looks like, go to the YouTube channel, 97.3 ESPN on YouTube. And I will post the picture of Joel up on the screen. And you can judge for yourself whether or not this looks like a much different version of Joel Embiid than the ones that we have seen in the past. There you go. So for the people watching on YouTube, do you guys think that picture of Joel looks like the Joel Embiid that we have seen in Philadelphia? Not even close. Not even close. I mean, he looks like he's lost about 50 pounds. All right, let us know. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Coming up, Andrew DiCecco football at 4 today. Nuggets on the way as well. Also, we've got fastball tonight. We'll talk a little bit about the Phils and what happened in that game last night with Oscar. No Jeff today. All right. Jeff is watching on YouTube. He says, hey, the big guy is looking good. I agree, Jeff. And listen, over the years, we say, hey, Joel looks like he's lost a little weight. Okay. This looks like a different human being. Right? That he looks like a completely different human being. An idiot texts in and says, best shape he's ever been in. Bah, like we haven't heard the exact same thing the last decade. Hey, listen, if you look at the picture of him now and compare him to what you saw in the last decade, you might need some help, maybe a straitjacket. Hey, listen, yes, we always say, guy looks like he's in good shape. Guy looks like he's in better shape. This guy looks like a different human being. So I got a straitjacket for those people. It doesn't mean that he's going to be any better. No one's saying he's in great shape and now he's going to be better. All we said is physically, if just look at him, you could tell a major, major difference in Joel Embiid. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We've got a bunch going on today. We got football at 4. We got the Nuggets. We've got fastball. We got you. We got the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. It's all still to come right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Coming up, today's unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Don't go away. All right, 351 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day today, 6 to 10 weekday mornings on Unsportsmanlike with Evan, Michelle, and Canty. Now, today they discussed, as they always tend to do, right, the quarterback tier list that came out with Mike Sando, and they discussed the possibility of where Jalen Hurts would be on said list. Ben Solak was on, and they were talking about whether or not Jalen Hurts was in that tier of the 15 or 20 guys that can win a Super Bowl. And you're asking yourself the question, how is that even a conversation, considering he already has won a Super Bowl? So I was on with McMullen on his show earlier today, and I was saying how Jalen is a polarizing figure, a polarizing quarterback. And he said, why do you think that is? And I had said, because he wins, but it's not aesthetically pleasing. Jalen Hurts will forever be a polarizing discussion. You are going to have, it's like the process versus the anti-process, guys. You are going to have a large contingency of Jalen Hurts supporters because he has won the Super Bowl. He wins a lot of games. You're going to have another side that just doesn't trust and believe in him because the stats don't back up that he is the player that we envision a great player being. In the end, I've always been on the side of I don't care if it's pretty. I just care if you win the game or not. And for the most part, when Jalen Hurts hits the field, he gives you a chance to win the game, almost the best chance to win the game. What's he win? Like 60-some% of his games? So here's what they had to say this morning on Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. NFL analyst Ben Solak this morning on Unsportsmanlike.
There's 15, 20, 24 guys who you can win a Super Bowl with. There's Trevor Lawrence's, there's Bo Nix's, there's CJ Stroud's. You can win a Super Bowl with all these guys. They're just imperfect players, and we have to talk about what makes them good and talk about what makes them imperfect.
They're imperfect players. And you know what? I think he makes a great point there. There's a lot of imperfect players in the NFL at that position right now. How many guys, when we were growing up, you had Brady, you had Manning, you had maybe Drew Brees was like the third guy. But how many guys are actually not imperfect? In the world, in the league we live in now, there's a lot of very good quarterbacks, but we always start with Patrick Mahomes. Who's even number 2 right now in the NFL? Josh Allen? It's the conversation as long as, time. And Ben Solak, I think, brings it up there pretty good. There's a lot of imperfect players at that position. Check out Unsportsmanlike tomorrow morning, 6 to 10 a.m. on 97.3 ESPN with Evan, Michelle, and Canty as we get ready for the football season. It's back tonight. When we come back, it is football at 4. Andrew DiCecco's here. We'll get one observation on offense, one observation on defense about the Eagles before we get into the NFC West as our division previews are down to the final 4. That means we're getting awful close to the start of Eagles season. Listen to the Hall of Fame game tonight on 97.3 ESPN. And Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And, of course, we will be back there on Monday. The Sports Bash live on location every Monday starting this Monday at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Stop out and see the Sports Bash every Monday at Ocean. Big screens, big bets, game day hits different at Ocean. To learn more, visit theoceanac.com. Don't forget, live entertainment. It is all this weekend. It's Joey Diaz, comedian Joey Diaz this weekend is back at Ocean Casino August the 7th. And then it is Sebastian Maniscalco as he will be there in September 17th through the 20th and the 24th through the 27th. We've got a bunch going on at the Fanatic Sportsbook, back again for another football season, which is back underway tonight. As the football season, it is the Hall of Fame game, and you can listen to that right here on 97.3 ESPN. The Panthers take on the Cardinals. It is former Eagle quarterback Kenny Pickett getting the start tonight for the Panthers. So, yeah, a little football back tonight. You know, it's like you settle in to watch the Hall of Fame game, and it's like the first series, you're like, football's back, and then you're kind of like, okay, this is not what I was anticipating. So, you want to get that football feel back, but what it does, it starts the beginning of the football season. It does in earnest now get the routines back. Casey Joyner reached out to me the other day, and I looked at it, and we've got another season of Casey Joyner coming back. I think if you look at Casey Joyner, he said to me that he's doing his whole his Substack. I was trying to think of the word. The Substack on the Eagles. And we're going to do a little Eagle preview with him, as Casey Joyner will be back with one thought every game for the season. All right, we're going to get Andrew DiCecco for today's Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN as he joins me now to talk a little football. Football's back tonight, buddy. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
All's good, Andrew. Now, before we get into it, I just saw Godsmack's coming to AC. Are you a Godsmack guy?
I could take him or leave him.
Okay.
I liked him a lot more, maybe 10 years ago, but I could get down with some Godsmack.
I was wondering if that was because that one to me is kind of like in the middle there. I'm not the biggest Godsmack guy in the world. I'm like you. I could take him or leave him. But when I saw that they're coming to Atlantic City and I had you on today, I was thinking, I wonder if DiCecco's in there, because if that was the case and I needed to get my buddy some tickets, I would hook you up with those tickets. But if you're not a Godsmack guy, I would certainly can respect that as well.
Yeah, I think I will politely pass this time, but please keep the concert mentions coming, man.
I'm always thinking of you when the concerts start dropping. When there's one that I think that you and I can go together, I'm definitely getting us there. All right.
Make sure I'm going to hold you to it.
I'll make sure. Hey, I would have gone to see Steve Heitner with you had I been around that Saturday night. I know that seeing Badney was awesome. I would have gone to that had I been around, but I will keep my eye on a concert for the two of us. All right, let's get into some football before we got the NFC West today. Andrew DiCecco, before we get that, 1 week in the books for training camp. I want to get one observation from you about the offense and one observation from you about the defense so far.
That's kind of a loaded question with the offense. I can go in a million different directions here. I'll say that I'm going to go a different route. Some of the reserve offensive linemen have caught my eye, and I think namely we're talking about Markel Bell, the rookie third-round pick out of Miami.
Interesting.
Who for the last 2 days repped at right tackle with the first team in the absence of Lane Johnson, who wasn't present. And also Jake Majors is another young player there, and Drew Kendall as well. Drew Kendall rep with the first team left guard. It was a rest day for Landon Dickerson. And I think Drew Kendall, he's had a really nice training camp, Mike. He's a center. Everyone knows he can play center. He started 34 games, I believe, at Boston College. But now they're cross-training him at both guard spots, which makes a lot of sense, because if he's going to be your interior backup, you obviously want to get him in the mix as much as possible, get him comfortable there. And I think he's done a nice job. And then I mentioned Jake Majors as being a younger player who's working with the second team. He can play center or guard. And he's a player that I like quite a bit coming out of Texas. And seems like the Eagles might like him a little bit too. He's going to have an uphill battle to make the roster, however.
All right, on the when you look at offense, you mentioned Markel Bell. Is there any reason or concern why Lane Johnson has just kind of been MIA?
I mean, it's never ideal. You want to have your veteran tackle there, and he's you could see that the offense struggles when he's not in there. That's a big part of it. But he's someone that you feel. I know this is different, and the system is going to be a drastic departure from what they've done. But Lane Johnson's the best in the business, and if there is one player that wasn't going to be there for whatever reason, you probably feel a little bit more comfortable knowing that it's Lane Johnson, because I think he can adapt to anything that's thrown his way. It's not like it's maybe someone coming off an injury or like a Cam Jurgens who's not there, right? I mean, it's Lane Johnson, so it's certainly not ideal, but I think you gotta. It comes with the territory, I guess. When you have a veteran, and things sometimes pop up. I don't know what it is, but we'll keep an eye on it and see if he's back soon.
All right, let's get into the NFC West, which I don't know about you, probably in my estimation, the best division in football. You've got two legitimate top-tier Super Bowl contenders, maybe even three based on health with San Francisco. Let's start with the Rams. Finished second last year, lost the NFC Championship game, traded for Myles Garrett. They've got Trent McDuffie, Jaylen Watson on the defensive side of the ball. They could be bringing back Aaron Donald. Offensively, let's start there. What stands out about the Rams offense, because they made so many big moves on defense?
Well, it's the continuity with their receiving core with Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, Colby Parkinson's a solid tight end. You have Matthew Stafford, who might be my favorite quarterback to watch in the NFL. He can still sling it. He's got a really strong arm, and I think he just has such a quick release and has a really good really good foothold for that offense at this point. But yeah, I like their offense. Kyron Williams at running back doesn't do anything remarkably notable, but he can catch the football. He has good burst, and he seems to be a really good fit for what they want to do schematic-wise.
We just mentioned the additions on defense. I don't know, for your money, is there a better defense than what we're talking about right here with the Rams?
No, I don't think so. You're talking about all the young pieces. Fisk, they have Young, you have Myles Garrett, of course, Trent McDuffie, Jaylen Watson's a corner that I really liked with the Chiefs. I think he was a little underrated, kind of got lost in the mix there, considering the talent that they had. But yeah, I mean, they have talent at all three levels. I think anytime you add someone like Myles Garrett, that puts you in an elite category. And I would say that they're probably, and I don't want to spoil anything, they're probably the most well-rounded team, certainly in the NFC. I can't speak to the NFL, but I think the NFC for sure, based off of that addition alone.
Football 4, let's you got the world champions in this division. They're not even getting talked about first. It's the Seahawks. Finished first last year. They won the Super Bowl. No offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak. Kenneth Walker's gone. Rick Woolen is here. Kobe Bryant. They lost some talent on this Seahawks team. Sam Darnold is back. Is this team poised to be back in the Super Bowl mix with the offense they bring back, losing Walker?
Well, especially defensively, I'm going to have to say yes. They can do just enough offensively. Sam Darnold has proven, well, he answered a lot of the critics, but he's proven that he can lead an offense, and he can kind of be a little bit more of a higher-end game manager, if you will, where he's able to facilitate the football, keep it out of harm's way, let the defense do their thing. And I like Jadarian Price, who they drafted in the first round, the running back. They also have Charbonnet, who I believe is coming off an injury. The receiving core with Rashid Shaheed, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to like. AJ Barner's sort of an under the radar tight end that I think has a big role in their offense, especially in the red zone. So yeah, I mean, Sam Darnold just has to capably navigate it and keep the ball out of harm's way and let the defense kind of do their thing.
Yeah, that defense was really good last year. They lose Woolen to Philadelphia. We'll see. Now he was a guy that, he comes here. The Eagles got an upgrade. The Seahawks, it wasn't like he was in every down. He had a kind of a roller coaster year and kind of a tenure. He came onto the scene out there as this big physical corner when he was a rookie late round pick, and then he's kind of been up and down. So we'll see what the Seahawks bring back as the defending champions. We talked about the Niners, Andrew. I don't know. They could be a Super Bowl level team or they could be a non-playoff team. Finished third last year at 12-5. They beat the Philadelphia Eagles here. They got blasted because of injuries in the playoffs. Purdy, we don't know what's up with Kittle, Purcell. They were all hurt last year. What do you make of the offense of the 49ers with what they have back entering this year?
Well, they're relying on a lot of players that have had a pretty extensive injury history. Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, Christian Kirk. I mean, they if they're all healthy, they'll be able to put up some points, Mike. But they're banking on a clean bill of health from a lot of their skilled players. Their offensive line's not bad, but I do like Brock Purdy a little bit. He's someone that I think is a little polarizing because he doesn't necessarily do any one thing particularly great, but he's a really effective quarterback, keeps them in games, and knows how to win. So. I mean, their offense is okay, but I would be a little bit hesitant to be too strong on them because of their skill players and the injury history there.
Mike Evans there, Juwan Jennings out. Jennings had the big game here. Also bringing in Christian Kirk, as you mentioned. So 2 new receivers. Raheem Morris is the new defensive coordinator there. What is he working with defensively for the Niners?
Yeah, their secondary, they have Diamador Lenore, who's kind of a nice player, Upton Stout, an interesting nickel back that they have, Dre Greenlaw, Malik Mustafa, Jaylen Brown, also at safety there. Yeah, I like their defense. That's sort of been what I believe that they can hang their hat on. They're going to be a fast and physical team and competitive at all 3 levels. But I think really what it's going to come down to, Mike, is the offense going to be enough to be able to play complementary football? Because the defense is good. It's not quite on the level of Seattle, but I think it's a tall task if you're expecting them to kind of keep you in games.
All right. They're very interesting if they can stay healthy. Can they stay healthy? We shall see. The Cardinals, they are the 4th place team, 3-14. So you had 3 really good teams, and then the Cardinals, obviously, Jonathan Gannon ends up getting fired. They brought in Mike LaFleur. They got a new quarterback out there, which has caused a lot of issues because they couldn't sign him. Carson Beck, by the way, is going to start the game tonight. This Cardinals team looks like they are probably at least a year away from being a year away.
Probably a couple years, I would say. Jacoby Brissett is a capable veteran. He's not someone who I believe is going to be able to elevate an offense. Gardner Minshew's there. You mentioned Carson Beck. Jeremiah Love, they drafted the running back there. Trey McBride might be my favorite tight end in the NFL. I think he does pretty much everything exceptionally well. Then you have the wide receiver group there. And Marvin Harrison Jr. is another polarizing player, has not yet fulfilled expectations at this stage of his young career. And I think it's all going to revolve around what he's able to do. Trey McBride, I think the passing game is going to go through him. But Jacoby Brissett, I mean, we're talking about a middling starting quarterback with an offense that doesn't have a ton of firepower to help uplift him.
Yeah, that's an organization with a lot of problems. Although Jeremiah Love, we'll see what he brings to the table. He is one of the favorites. I think he is the favorite, by the way, for offensive rookie of the year. So they have that going for them. All right. This is a tough division. We were talking about this yesterday. I think it might be the best division in football. They got 3 really good teams. How do you stack them?
Yeah, I mean, they have Walter Nolan, the third, who I really like. And on the back end, they have some interesting pieces there. Will Johnson, let's not forget, from Michigan. And he fell a little bit further at last year's draft than I thought that he would. But, yeah, I mean, they're a team that's about a couple of years away. They still could stand to improve in certain areas. I like what they have there in the trenches, however, and they're a work in progress on the back end. They have a couple of pieces, but they're still 1 or 2 away from really solidifying that area. They also lost Jalen Thompson, their safety, in free agency. He went to the Dallas Cowboys, so he's there with Christian Parker. I think that's a big loss for them and an underrated player at that position.
All right, there's the Cardinals. Let's see what you think of the NFC West. Last year, Super Bowl champions, The Seahawks won it. The Rams, a lot of people think, are the favorite this year. There's the Niners. How are you prognosticating the NFC West this year?
Rams, Seahawks, Niners, Cardinals.
Rams, Seahawks, Niners, Cardinals. Okay, just the way we went through them there. There you go. Today's Football at 4 with Andrew DiCecco, and next week we will be on the NFC South, which is maybe the worst division in all of football, but could be the most competitive one. We'll preview that one next week with Andrew, and, of course, check out all his stuff over at InsideTheBirds.com. All right, man, I'll look for a concert.
All right, Mike, I'm going to hold you to it. I'll talk to you soon.
See you, man. All right, Sports Bash Live. There's Football for Andrew DiCecco. I like the Rams. Niners, it depends on the health. When I look at the Niners, okay, let me go through the Niners real quick. Mike Evans, Christian Kirk, brought in Dre Greenlaw at linebacker, edge rusher. They, to me, you got McCaffrey still, could be, he's an offensive player of the year. I wonder what year McCaffrey takes that step back. That's one question. You got Evans. Brock Purdy, new weapons with Evans and Kirk. How will Evans change the focus of the offense in San Francisco than he was in Tampa Bay? When you look at Shanahan since 2017 in San Francisco, Niner quarterbacks have targeted the end zone 238 times. That's the third fewest in the NFL. So, you got a guy like Mike Evans. He is a red zone, big target. On the flip side, he has been targeted in the end zone more than any other player since he got in the league in 2014. 6'5", 80 catches for touchdowns. Most in the league. Mike Evans. So you have a team that has targeted players, the third fewest in the NFL, and now they get the player who's been targeted the most. Mike Evans, Devontae Adams, DeAndre Hopkins, and DK Metcalf. Most end zone targets since 2014. Now, can they stay healthy? They went 12-5 last year despite all the injuries. And they've already got injuries this year. On a positive note, Trent Williams played in 16 games last year. That was a career high for him. Christian McCaffrey, comeback player of the year. George Kittle is coming back from a torn Achilles, but said to be looking pretty good. Fred Warner, healthy and ready to go. Didn't play in the playoff game against the Eagles. Nick Bosa could be back with that ACL ready to go for the start of the season. So the Niners' health definitely in the mix here. When I look at the Rams, everybody's favorite for the most part. They are the Super Bowl favorites right now, according to most sports books. Best chances to win the Super Bowl, they are the favorite, plus 550. Bills are plus 1,000, then the Ravens and Seahawks, Eagles. So you got two teams in this division. The Rams and the Seahawks are in the top 5 Super Bowl odds. Trade for Myles Garrett, Aaron Donald in there the other day, Trent McDuffie. I think Jalen Watson's underrated addition. They lose, obviously, in the trade, Jared Verse, Roger McCreary was one of their corners, Kobe Durant, another guy that they lost on the defensive side of the ball. But I think that this defense is, especially if Aaron Donald comes back and he is anywhere close to the Aaron Donald that we know. Got Matthew Stafford, who will be 39 years old. If he were to win a MVP this year, remember, he won last year. He would be the second straight MVP. He would be the only player older to win consecutive MVPs in any sport, period, if he won it at 38 and 39 years old. So he's got to play at a pretty high level, but he's saying, well, I already played at a pretty high level last year. So you're looking at the possibility of Matthew Stafford being great again, and I think he can be. I think he'll be. I'm not questioning that at all. Then you got the possibly defensive player of the year. He's the favorite for that. So you got the player who won the MVP last year on offense and the player who's the favorite to be the defensive player of the year on the defensive side of the ball. And perhaps the biggest news of the offseason is when they got Myles Garrett. I thought that shifted everything when they traded for Myles Garrett. I thought that shifted everything. 609-403-0973. That's the text board. You guys can get involved there. We've got Phillies lineup. We gave you that earlier in the show. The lineup was out a little early today because of the early game time. And, of course, our Phillies lineup is always brought to you by Chachi's 13th Floor at Rafici's. Now open. Fantasy football season is here, everybody. Make sure you get your fantasy football drafts going. You can get that fantasy football draft and do it at Rafici's 13th Floor at Chachi's 13th Floor at Rafici's. Now, if you've ever been to Rafici's, you go into Rafici's and then cool little spot upstairs, little speakeasy type of feel to it. It can do your fantasy football draft. Book your fantasy football league draft above Villa Rafici's in Absecon for just $20 a person. Your draft package includes great food, cold beer. Chachi's 13th Floor. It's your chance. As always, text your name and where you're from to 609-403-0973 right now. And if the Phillies scored exactly 13 runs, we'll randomly select one winner for a $100 gift card. If the Phillies don't score 13 runs this week, on Friday's show tomorrow, if you entered this week, you are in the drawing for a $25 gift card, which we will announce the winner on tomorrow's show. That's still to come. Knicks Nuggets on the way. What does Earnshaw have for me today? I can't wait to find out. By the way, Chase Utley going to the Wall of Fame. It's alumni weekend at Citizens Bank Park. All right, 4:27 time for today's Nuggets. Nick's Nuggets is back. Now, I was talking to somebody today who said that they were listening yesterday and thought that the conversation we had about the stale popcorn was one of the funniest things he ever heard. Now, I would think to myself, who the hell would eat stale popcorn willingly or knowingly or wanting to? And that's what I thought about earlier today. I said, wait a second. Do you not finish the popcorn in order to make sure that you get stale popcorn? Like, in other words, do you buy the bag, only eat a little bit of it fresh, and then bring it home so that you can make it stale?
No. See, I just don't eat all of it when I'm watching a movie. So, like, usually I get, because, like, you know, they scam you at the movie theater, by the way. They always scam you. You got to get the extra large if you want the drink and the candy. That's why you got to sneak the candy in. Like, I didn't have that. We were kind of rushing. You know, you got to sneak the candy in.
There. You sneaking candy into the thing.
Yeah, you're damn right. You're damn right. It goes right in the pocket, all right? I'll admit it. I don't care. Yeah, I bring in the Twizzlers. I'm a big Twizzler guy, all right? So,
wow.
But when I went and saw Spider-Man, you know, it's kind of last second. It was after work, long day. And I'm like, all right, I got no options here. I want candy. I want popcorn. I want something to drink. And they have they have all these deals going on that are like all $30 to say the least. So I did the deal and, you know, spent $30 on a big giant thing of popcorn and the big drink. Didn't finish that. So like I like to snack and pick at it during the movie. I don't want to be the loud guy in the movie. So no, I don't do this on purpose. I just never finish the popcorn because it's just I always get the gigantic one.
You know, Josh is at the movie right now watching Spider-Man.
Oh, he took a day off.
Off day today.
Sick day or PTO day?
Just took a day off to go watch a movie.
Yeah, that's a good for him.
He was actually in here earlier today for about an hour.
Oh, there you go. You know, that's how you do.
Out of here.
He's going to have to give me a review. Now, I hope he keeps his popcorn, keeps it overnight, and then after the show tomorrow, he goes and checks it out and has some popcorn while he's watching the Phillies or something, you know?
Well, he talked about what he does with the popcorn. Didn't he break that all down yesterday?
Yeah, he does. But I think I want him to change it this time. So we'll see. We'll get a report back Monday.
Well, I hope he's enjoying his day off since he was here for about an hour.
Yeah. I think yesterday was the last day. I went back because I still had some left because it's the extra large, bowl of popcorn. I threw it out last night. It was done. It was too many days after.
It was too stale.
Too stale what was yesterday? Wednesday? Yeah. It's 3 days. We're going a little much there.
Yeah. All right.
All right. With that being said, let's get into the Nuggets. And, it's always a good day when Bill Simmons is tweeting and quote tweeting videos of Jaylen Brown holding up his 76ers jersey and saying, I hate this. A lot of takeaways. I heard your 7 takeaways earlier. I wanted to give you mine. I wrote a few down as well. I thought the funniest line from the whole entire press conference was that he threw his phone as soon as he found out he got traded. I thought that was absolutely hysterical. But he said that Tyrese Maxey was the first Sixer to reach out to him on the team, which shows a lot of leadership, Mike. And I love that Maxey's really kind of taken on that leadership type of role in the locker room, that type of guy, even at a young age. He's around the same age I am. Outstanding from him. The Jaylen Brown and Embiid thing, I took it a little bit differently than I think you did. They talked on the phone. He did say that they had talked on the phone. They both
called him the day of the trade.
Yeah, they both like soccer. They have been friendly. It seems like they've been friendly. I don't think they've been best buds. I wouldn't say that, but it seems like
friendly.
It seems like
meaningless game. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's a meaningless game of soccer friendly.
Yeah. So I don't think they've been best of buds, but it does seem like they're on fine terms, which, people were going out there saying they hate each other.
I'm not suggesting they're on bad terms. I just said it just feels like they don't have much of a relationship. And he didn't go out of his way to be like, you know what? I'm excited to play with Joel. He's such a good player. He's a, dominating guy. He just said, yeah, he reached out when I got traded and we both like soccer. I was like, huh.
Well, they've been very
he was like,
they've
yeah,
been
rivals. We both like stale popcorn. I'd be like, that's not the biggest ringing endorsement there.
They've been fierce rivals and have had battles over the years for a long, long time. You're not all of a sudden just going to become best buds overnight. Now, maybe they do when they start, getting in the gym together and practicing, etc. But, I don't need him to say, yeah, we're best of friends. We're going to go have some stale popcorn, watch Spider-Man together, and sing Kumbaya. That's not necessarily what's going to happen here. But it's a business. He's still, and yeah, he used the word processing a lot, which is, I thought, funny and ironic at the same time. He's still listen, this happened July 1st, the trade. The trade was July 1st. It is now August 6th. Okay. He mentioned it over and over again. It's been a third of his life. He grew up there from 19 to 29 years of age. He became a man. That's where he became a man, in Boston. So he's got a lot of ties there. It came out of nowhere. I don't think he expected to be sent to Philadelphia, a team he just had a 7-game series with, battled to the end with, and has had fierce battles over the years with. So listen, I get where he's coming from. He's been there, won a championship, was a finals MVP, was ingrained into the community there. It's going to be an adjustment for the man. Let's be real. It's going to be an adjustment for any human being, to say the least.
I'm not suggesting, and I was one of my takeaways that a lot of emotions still processing was one of the things that I thought, he's still kind of coming to terms with the fact that I don't play for the Celtics anymore, which is where I spent most of my career.
Yep. But I thought he was extremely professional in this setting. He had it in Philadelphia, at a school or at somewhere in the community. He invited a bunch of kids out. I thought that was fantastic by him to do it there. He's trying to ingrain himself into the community.
If you remember, one of the things I talked about him is that this is a tremendous human being the Sixers are getting, and that he will be a huge part of the community here. And that started on day one today when he met the media.
Yeah. Another quote I wrote down from today's presser was, to win, you got to be able to sacrifice. I thought his messaging on that was clear, because you have these talking heads like me and you. Yeah, we're talking heads. I'll admit it. But people saying that he's going to have an ego, all these egos put together, blah, blah, blah. I thought he kind of nipped that in the butt in this press conference, talking about, it's all of our team. It's not one person's team. It's going to be a collective unit to impact winning. I thought that was very great, not gracious, probably isn't the right word, but smart of him to say in this particular time. Well, listen, he talked about that all of the stuff. There's a lot of things that tie into that, though. I have my notes over here. He the fact that he said, it takes time to earn respect. Like, he's not walking in there and saying, I'm Jaylen Brown and you're not. You guys haven't won. No, I need to earn my respect, even though I've won a title and you guys haven't. Things are different here. So he did say, I'm looking forward to learning from LeBron. He's not going to be like, hey, I'm Jaylen Brown. I have an MVP. I've won a finals too, LeBron. So who are you? No, he said, I want to learn from him. He said that his focus is on winning, not scoring. I thought that was a big takeaway, because many people wonder if, he's going to be a guy who wants the ball and has to have the ball and wants to score. So I definitely think that was something good to hear. Now, he could be blowing smoke up our you-know-whats, but, Yep. Yeah, it's good to hear. He said all the right things. And you know what else I noticed? He didn't seem like he was coached up or PR trained by the Sixers. Like, here's what to expect. That was him. Like, he knew what to say. He's very well-spoken individual, and was like, hey, this is the way I'm going to go about my business. I'm all about winning. Let's do the thing. Another thing I thought was hilarious. You mentioned LeBron James. Apparently, LeBron James has been active in the group chat. They got the group chat going with the entire, I guess with most of the roster, most of the main guys on the team. And he said LeBron James has been very active in the group chat. Now, I think most of them probably are all blue message. So, I don't think you got any green messages you got to worry about in the group chat. So, they don't go, there's no messages that are not going through or anything like that,
Yeah, I'm aware, but I like the fact that I get everybody all bent out of shape because of my phone.
That was a small little subtle shot to you. Anyway, but there was a couple other things as well. I thought, his answer on Tatum when he was asked about being, if he had talked to Tatum since he had been traded to Philadelphia, the quote was, not really. My takeaway from that is Yeah, the guys were just coworkers. They showed up, they worked together, and went home. They weren't dilly-dallying, hanging out, doing other stuff after work. They just went to work, did their business, and went home. That's what it seems like to me.
Well, and somebody texted in, I forget who was it, Glenn from AppSeek, and he said, these players have played in the same league for years, and now they're teammates and coworkers. They're adults with families and other things going on. I don't think because they don't hang out and play video games, meaning they can't coexist as professionals and be a productive team. Now, I'm wondering if that was in reality. I don't think that there was like tension or anything between him and Joel. I just felt like there was really there wasn't a lot of excitement or anything more than that. It's not a negative. It was just more of an observation of him and Joel really don't have much of a relationship.
Well, it's both of them, right? Like, they're just going to be coworkers, it feels like. Like, Tatum and him were just kind of like I think because they won a championship and people love that team, they want everybody to be best friends all of the time. Sometimes it's not the case. You work very closely with someone and maybe you don't even speak when you go home. You know what I mean? Like, you're just coworkers. You show up, you do the job, you get along, you do what you need to do, and, you go your separate ways. I mean, that's just what it seems like the kind of relationship Joel and him have had over the years. Not that they were teammates, but him and Jason Tatum had in Boston. That seems like where the relationship was, is that they were just kind of coworkers. That's what it feels like.
Him and Tatum, yes, he did. Can you imagine, like, you work with somebody for a while that you have a good, quote unquote, good relationship with, and you just leave and you're not like, say la vie, sayonara, can't wait. I never even talked to the guy. I just left.
Yeah. It's, I guess that's how it went. It didn't seem like it ended too well there. And they were just kind of, it's funny because the people up in Boston are talking about those two relationships. And then us down here talking about Jaylen and AJ Brown. That one was a little more extreme, obviously, but it feels like it was very kind of similar type of scenarios here up in Boston. Just one was basketball and one was football, and then both switched cities. I mean, it's just, you can't make that up.
I was a little surprised that he just came right out and said, he's like, no, we haven't talked. Like, sorry, nothing.
Yeah. That goes along with what Bryce, the other day, people were getting on his case about, Dave Dombrowski saying that they needed help. I want my players to be honest and real. That's what I felt like we got from Jaylen Brown with that answer. Like, yeah, we haven't talked. Not really. I haven't talked to him. Don't care.
And I mean, he didn't elaborate much more on it, but he did also admit that he hasn't had a good relationship with the media. And I thought it was kind of interesting when he did say Boston always looks for someone to blame. And I said, well, he'll fit right in here.
See, he's used to it. No, he's real used to it. So, listen, and I'm so tired of hearing the cliches. Well, you got to figure it out. There's a lot of mouths to feed, blah, blah, blah. I think they'll be all right. I feel like you got a lot of professionals coming into this mix here with Jaylen Brown, with LeBron James, guys who are champions. And those guys have been a part of teams where there was a lot of talent on one roster. They ended up getting it done eventually.
Yeah, and listen, the 1 year in Boston, you almost thought they had too many good players. Now, they didn't end up winning a championship that year. I mean, it was almost like they had like too many mouths to feed on that team, and maybe going through that one time will now end up helping him. But this is a different level of good players. I think the year they had like Porzingis and what was the year before that? They had one team where they were so deep. They just had so many players.
They had like Kemba. It was like Kemba Walker and a bunch of other players. Tatum, Brown, like Porzingis. Like they've had a lot of talent walk through that team.
Now, everybody's talking about the Joel Embiid picture. What do you think?
I thought he looked good. I thought he looked slim.
Oh, he looked good. I didn't even recognize the man.
I thought he looked good. Yeah. What do you want me to say?
He just looked good?
Yeah, I thought he looked good. He looked in shape. That's what I want. He looks like he's spry. He looks happy. What else do you want me to say about it?
I felt like he looked like a different human being.
You're going like he's a totally different guy.
I didn't say what the end result will be. All I'm saying is it is like we've seen over the years, like, oh, Joel looks like he's gotten into shape. He looks pretty good. He looks like he lost 50 pounds, if not more.
He did last year too, I felt like.
No, not like this.
I thought he looked really good.
He looks like a beanpole. He looks like Victor Wembanyama.
No, he's not that. He hasn't lost that much weight. I don't think he's lost that much. I thought he looked really good. Yeah, I thought he looked good. He looked spry. That's it.
He looks like a completely different human being.
He looked healthy. That's the key here. He looked healthy to me. It's a nice change. I thought he looked healthy. What was it? The other offseason. It was last year, I think. I thought he looked good.
Well, every year it's like, oh, it looks like he's in good shape, because you're just kind of like going from the year before. This year, he looks like a different human being.
Looks spry. Looks skinny. Good. Love it. Finally. Here we go. he's
Again,
being
I'm not
serious.
saying that means he's going to be the MVP of the league or anything. I'm just saying I was pretty it was very noticeable how different he looked.
Yeah, he looks in shape. He does, clearly. And he has no knee braces on, which is also a good sign.
No knee braces. I know some people have zoomed in on that knee in this picture that's up on the screen if you're watching on YouTube. But I'm going to go off of his word by saying he has no knee braces on, and he said his knee problems are behind him.
Yeah, he looks spry. He looks spry, looks good, looks healthy. That's all.
Yeah, you and the guy who keeps texting in deserve a straitjacket.
I mean, what? I said he looked good. What do you want me to say? He looks exceptional. He's a beautiful man.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. You're telling me, people are like, he always looks like no, he looks like a different human being.
He looks spry. I said spry. Is that not a good descriptive word for you? Spry?
No.
You wouldn't say he looks spry.
Well,
I think that's a great adjective for him right now.
It doesn't seem as if you're all that impressed by the transformation
You want to know why
he has made.
Do you want to know why? I still get a little nervous. I still get a little nervous.
People act like because I think he lost weight that I'm also in the same breath saying, and now he's going to play 82 games and be the MVP. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I don't know how he's going to play this year. However, looking at him, he just looks like he has completely transformed his body.
I have learned from past mistakes not to get overly excited.
It doesn't mean, again, I'm not getting overly excited. I'm just saying he might stink because he lost all this weight. Now, there's a picture of him before LeBron and then after LeBron.
He lost weight. Looks good.
You look at those two pictures and tell me he looks like he did last year.
He looks good. He looks spry. He looks really good. Yes, I'm excited. This makes me very happy to see. I'm not getting overly excited about it. I think he looks good.
I'm not asking you to get excited. Again, I'm not asking you to give me any predictions on his season. I'm just asking a simple question. Does he look significantly different?
Yes, he looks good.
Okay.
And spry, which is a good thing. I haven't said he looks good and spry in how long?
Spry I could do without. I don't really care. Again, I'm not trying to say what he's going. He could average 4 points a game. And I'm just saying his physical transformation could equal nothing. It could mean zero. I'm just saying just to look at him, he looks significantly different.
Yes, looks good. Excited. I hope he continues to be healthy and plays a lot of games this year. That's all. That's where I'm going to sit right now.
We all do. I think we all do.
Yes. I think I speak for the majority on that one. The obvious. All right. Moving along. Nugget number 2. Did you see the Sam Amico Hoops Wire article today? Did you see this?
Is this the one about the GM saying that LeBron will basically be a failure?
Correct. So Sam Amico from Hoops Wire put out a report from 2 anonymous NBA executives. And the title of the article was NBA execs remain skeptical of LeBron James Sixers. He's not going to move the needle much. So here's one of the quotes from the article from an anonymous executive. He's still LeBron, or still has moments where he'll remind you he was once LeBron. But this is going to be the chapter where we watch him and say he stuck around too long. And then another executive went on to say, someday we'll ask, remember when LeBron played for the Sixers, and laugh.
Yeah,
That's
I saw those
anonymous
things.
Execs.
I don't know that I can put a lot of stock in those. And now when you hear this stuff, it's like, what is the motive behind saying that? Like, who are you trying to like? Were you
Yeah.
the team that just feels jaded by the fact that you didn't end up with them? Like, I don't know. I like, does that guy watch LeBron last year and feel like he was slowing down?
Like 21, he had averaged 21 points last year at 41. But he's still like, he's not prime LeBron with the Miami Heat. I get that. He's still a very good player, better than most players in the league.
Nobody's asking him to be prime LeBron. I think everybody knows what he is here. And I think people are saying this team needs this style of LeBron, not the superstar one. They need the facilitator LeBron to just kind of like take the – I think it works out well that Tyrese can play off the ball. I liken it to like Steph Curry, where he can just run around and tire the defender out all night long, which then takes away from that guy offensively.
I would say this. This will be my bold prediction. This will be the first season of LeBron's career he does not average more than 20.
Probably.
I think that's a reasonable take.
If he averages 14 and a half, I think that's fine.
Fine. It's fine. It's going to get spread around. But like, we also have to remember, he's not going to play 82 either. Like, him and Joel are not going to play 82 games. It's just not going to happen. He played 60 last year, around that ballpark with the Lakers. Like, that's not going to happen with the Sixers. Like, he's going to play right around that same that he did with the Lakers. He's not going to play 82. It's just not going to happen.
Now, Ray in EHC said, that's not a picture of Joel. That's a picture of Kevin Durant with Joel's head on it.
I said he looked good. He looked spry. Spry's my word today. That's all.
I don't. That's not doing it justice.
He looks
James from Delaware says Joe Zempic indeed.
Oh boy.
Now, are you allowed to take Ozempic? Is that like a banned substance?
It's a good question. I'm not sure. Maybe, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I have no idea because, I like Joel in the picture. Like my buddy,
according to Google, no, Ozempic is not banned in the NBA.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure, but people who are watching on YouTube are commenting and are like, Joe Zempic. I don't know. I mean, somebody said to me last night, my buddy texted me last night. He said, you see this picture of Joel? I said, yeah. He said, what do you think? I said, I think he looks like he lost a lot of weight.
Yeah.
He said, he was like, dude, I didn't even recognize the guy.
But he looked good.
Yeah.
You look good. That's all. I've gotten really excited about off-season pictures and videos in the past and been very let down. I don't want to get overexcited. I'm keeping it even keel. There's too much going on with the 76ers.
I'm not getting excited about anything. I'm just making an observation. Where am I making a prediction? Where am I saying the guy's going to be the MVP of the league? Or I didn't make any predictions at all here. I'm not getting excited.
But in your voice.
Made a observation. All I said was, did you see that he looked significantly smaller? In other words, I didn't, but people were telling me they didn't recognize him.
Not just you, but other people were getting very excited about it. That's all.
Well, I can't speak for them. I have no extra excitement on it. I was just pretty surprised at what I saw. He could play 3 games at that size for all I know.
Yep. I know.
As I said earlier today, it's August 6th. They don't report to camp until September, the end of September. So he could either come back completely lost shape, out of shape, or I can't imagine he gets any smaller. He has nothing left to lose.
No. He looks good. He looks spry. That's my comments on it. Good and spry.
Yeah, I don't get the spry. I'm not understanding why.
Looks good. He looks happy. He looks energized.
Yeah, spry's not a word here for this one.
I think it is. I'm going with it. I'll stick with it. Stick with that and my popcorn. All right.
Yeah, I'm with the pop. I'm probably more on the popcorn than the spry.
All right. There you go. Guess a 2-pack today. A little 2-pack.
Yeah. Active, nimble, and full of life. He did look like he was smiley out there.
He was. He was joyful.
Happy.
He was joyful.
Yeah.
Him and Jalen Hurts both joyful out of camp.
How is Nuggets this dense? No one is asking if he's going to be great, Nick, just that if the transformation shocked you. That's on the text board.
Looks good. He should have done that before.
That guy's listening with good intent. So we have some people who listen and can't hear, and they don't. You're one of those people today. When you say something, you're not understanding. I made no prediction on Joel's season. He could stink out loud for all I know. All I said is he just looks like he's lost a lot of weight.
Looks good.
No excitement in my voice.
Looks good.
Nothing
Looks
on
good.
the no nugget on the Phil's game last night, huh?
No, I didn't get to it. It was nugget number 3. I was going to ask, you think Schwarber's going to hit a home run tonight? We're waiting for
Man,
like days.
he missed 3 or 4 pitches last
I
night
know.
in the zone. Whew.
I know. Not good.
Yeah.
Not good last night. Not a fun one.
Well,
Not a fun one to watch.
I would imagine, and by the way, Mattingly talked today. He said Painter should make his next start, and
Yep,
Hill.
Derek Hill.
You know, the Hill thing looked really, really bad on the surface, but he walked off the field. He probably could have stayed in the game.
Yep. Yeah.
Like,
guy's
I
a little
hate those
tough.
things that we make it a bigger deal than it needed to be by taking it. He probably could have stayed in. That's what I'm talking about. These guys are professionals. Like, ground ball to third, easy play. You throw to first base. It's not that hard.
Hope so. Hope that's the case. Rest of the year.
So far, what's your grade? So far, by the way, Stott's been much better at third than Harper's been in right.
Yeah, it's been an adventure out there for Bryce. 4 years, man. Oof.
He's slowly getting back into the
Got to get back into the mix.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. Couple pack of nuggets today.
Good. All right, we'll do it again.
We'll talk
tomorrow. See ya. All right, there you go. There's the Nuggets on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Yeah, the pictures of Embiid. He certainly looks a lot trimmer. He certainly has. Now, look, we've seen Embiid in years past. And you're like, oh, Embiid looks like he's lost some weight this offseason. He looks significantly different. I mean, he certainly looks like he put a lot of work in. And in the past, he would look like, because a lot of times you see him at the end of a year, and you're like, one of the things we said at the end of, not last year, probably the year before, 2 years ago, is that like he needs to come back and almost like Tim Duncan at the end. Remember Duncan, kind of changed his whole body, and we said Embiid has to go back to look like he did his as a rookie. And when Embiid got drafted, when he was, 2013, I guess that was, he was a smaller guy. And over the years, he's gone up and down and all around, and we've seen him, and you're like, but this version of Embiid, he certainly looked like, I don't know what that means for this season. We shall see. He has said that the knee problems are behind him. Should we take him for his word? All right, more Sports Bash coming up. On the other side, I'm going to get into Phillies, their lineup tonight, the game from last night. Got Phillies Fastball later on at 5:30 as well with Oscar. Text board open, 609-403-0973. Hey, let me tell you about my friends over at the Branches Outreach. They are looking for your help, and that's why they have the Road Ahead campaign. So they can purchase a new outreach van that can help recover more food, expand outreach, and bring essential resources to even more people across Cape May County. Whether you're a year-round resident or you're enjoying everything Cape May County has to offer this summer, you can help keep the mission moving by helping them get a new outreach van. Go to thebranchesoutreach.org to support the Road Ahead campaign. All right, 5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. It's the final hour of the show. We got a lot to do. What's going on, everybody? I'm Mike Gill. I hope everybody's enjoying the day. We heard from Jaylen Brown earlier today. If you missed it, we'll have that for you in the best of the Sports Bash tonight. A couple text messages on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. You can always get involved on the text board. I enjoy reading off the text throughout the show and reading off some of the things that people add to the program. So Adam, right now, 609-403-0973. Eagles, we had McMullen on earlier. If you want to check that out on the YouTube show. Football at 4, we did the NFC West. Jaylen Brown spoke to the media earlier today. We got Phillies Fastball coming up this hour on the Sports Bash. We've got Michael Kasky-Blomain, our Sixers 97.3 ESPN Sixers insider, going to jump on board here in just a couple of minutes to get his takeaways from Jaylen Brown today. See what he has to say about that. How many people out there, now we were talking about the Joel Embiid picture. How many people out there saw that picture and thought, man, he looks significantly different? Or how many people out there said, not much different here? Like, I wasn't even the one that brought this up, by the way. A buddy of mine texted me last night. He's like, yo, you see Joel Embiid? I said, no, I hadn't seen it at that point. So he had sent me the link, and I clicked on it. I said, holy mackerel. So I thought he had a significant transformation. He looks like a much thinner human being. If you can't see that, okay, we disagree. I mean, what the hell do I care whether you see a fat guy and I see a skinny guy? What's the difference? Why does that bother people? He doesn't look that different. I got a guy complaining. He doesn't look all that different. What are you talking about? Okay, he doesn't look that different to you. To me, he looks a lot different. Okay? Some people like hot dogs with mustard. Some people like hot dogs with ketchup. What's the difference? Why does it bother people? Things are things that bother people, that drive them nuts. It's hilarious. It's like, okay, Michael Kasky-Blomain's here. Let's see what he thinks. Jaylen Brown spoke today. A lot going on. I wanted to get his takeaways from the Jaylen Brown presser from 97.3 ESPN.com. Michael Kasky-Blomain is here on the show. MKB, what's up, man?
Mike, yeah, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
All is good. Were you at the presser today?
Yeah, man, I was down there.
Okay, so it took a lot longer than we thought. He held us up for about 40 minutes there, but I wanted to get just your initial thoughts on I thought for sure Jaylen Brown some of the takeaways for me. The first one that stood out to me was he said, I have a lot of emotions and I'm still processing all this. Do you feel like he has come to terms with that this has happened yet?
Like it seems like it's getting there. I think being in Philly, meeting with the Philly media, obviously getting acclimated to the city, I feel like he's starting to finally fully wrap his head around it. Like you said today, it's still something after being in Boston from the time that he was 19 to 29 years old, which he really emphasized that was, such an important part of his life. I think it took him by surprise. There was obviously some sadness, some disappointment, some anger. It takes a while to process all that, but I think now that he's in Philly at the press conference, I think he's finally ready to kind of turn the page and focus fully on, moving forward with this new franchise.
Yeah, that to me was at first. He's like, there's a lot of emotion. I'm still processing this. He said, and then he kind of said, the whole process, I'm moving on from what happened in Boston. And it's almost like I don't know that he knows what happened in Boston. It's like one day he was there. He was their star. He led them to 50-some wins this year, and now he's here. And it's like he doesn't know how to compartmentalize why he's gone. So I hope that he's not hung up on the ex-girlfriend. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, absolutely, Mike. It does seem like that. And it seems like there's more to the story than we know publicly and that he's willing to share. He said something at one point that, maybe at one point some of the details regarding his departure from Boston will come out. But at this point, he's really just trying to not look backward and look forward and focus on the future. So, who knows if down the road we get some more details about, like you said, he goes from being a huge, the number one piece of the puzzle for them last season when Jason Tatum was out, Finals MVP in 2024 to a guy that gets mentioned in trade rumors for one player in Giannis Antetokounmpo, and then suddenly it seems like not only is he mentioned, it's like we have to get rid of this guy, we have to move him.
Right.
So I think there are some details eventually that maybe we'll find out what went on behind the scenes there.
Now, I know there was a huge assembled media, and maybe not everybody got all the questions they wanted to get in. But one of the things that I was interested in is, he said, my focus is on winning, not scoring. In other words, how are you going to fit in with all these guys? And if he's being truthful there, it's all about winning, not scoring. That is not what many people think, right? Many people think that he wants to be the guy on this team, correct?
Yeah, Mike, and I think that comes from Boston because a lot of the reporting was, maybe he wasn't super happy being the clear second fiddle to Jason Tatum in Boston. And then, maybe he was ready to be the lead dog on a separate team. And it's quite the opposite. He's coming to a team where there's already established stars. He comes in, and then you bring in the biggest star you could possibly bring in the game, and LeBron James. So it is different from what the reporting was that he was looking for. But I thought he said all the right things today, Mike, in terms of the role that he's going to play on the team, how he was asked, whose team is it going to be? Is it going to be his team? Is it going to be LeBron's team? Is it going to be Tyrese Maxey's team? And he basically said, listen, it doesn't need to be any one person's team. It needs to just be a cohesive thing where we're all on the same page. So, I mean, that's exactly what you want to hear, Mike. Like you said, we'll have to wait and see, if that's just lip service at his introductory press conference. But if that's the attitude that he's bringing with him into Philadelphia, into this Sixers team, that's exactly what you want to hear as a Sixers fan.
He said that, on paper, we're excellent. I mean, he certainly understands, because I thought his part about in Boston, they're always looking for someone to blame. So he's coming into a situation where it's very similar here. So he said pressure. I ignore it. My relationship with the Boston media, not the best. So it seems that he's walking into a situation that's very similar to where he was.
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. And I think that will obviously benefit him in Philadelphia where it's very similar. And I think he's matured as a player and as a guy that's used to dealing with the media and having to go through what he went through in Boston with some of the criticism, even as up to earlier this summer, some of the criticism he was under from the media. I think, at least he presented himself as a guy who's kind of matured in that regard in relationship to his media. I thought he was really personable today when he talked and took questions. He made sure to get the names of all of the reporters that were asking questions, give eye contact, provide legitimate answers. So I think he's really trying to kind of put some of that past stuff behind him, both with the media and with the Celtics, and put his best foot forward, in his new home here in Philadelphia.
So I don't know that we learned about his role, but Nick Nurse said that LeBron will run the point. What does that mean for the others?
I think it means a lot, Mike. I think it's a good move, obviously. I don't think it means that he'll be the all-time point guard every single possession, but we know what LeBron James is capable of with the ball in his hands. One of the smartest basketball IQ guys you'll ever see in the league, one of the best passers in the league over the past, 20-plus years. And I think having him be the hub of the offense, not only will it maybe take a little bit of the pressure off him offensively to score, but it's going to be, work wonders for the other guys. Let Tyrese Maxey get off the ball a little bit, provide, he showed that he can be a catch-and-shoot guy. You won't have as much pressure on him bringing the ball up the court where he struggled. Same with Jaylen Brown. He can, just focus on playing off the ball, getting out in transition, attacking, cutting, things that he's excelled at in Boston. And LeBron is the guy who's going to make the best play for him or his teammates, 9 out of 10 times down the floor, where he's not a selfish player, especially at this point in his career, Mike. I think he's going to come in with the mindset of, let me set the table for all these other guys. And there's really not a better player you could have doing that for your organization than LeBron James.
Michael Kasky Blomain is covers the Sixers, Trust the Mics podcast. He was at the Jaylen Brown presser today. You see Jaylen Brown and obviously the role that he had in Boston last year. He dominated the ball. So is he going to be okay with where he is now?
He said he is, Mike. We'll have to see it to believe it, but he said he's okay. I think, there's some part used to that when he's playing off Tatum. Last year, obviously, Tatum was sidelined for the whole year, and he really takes a step forward into being the top alpha guy. But before that, he mentioned today, he's played with great players over the course of his career, too, not just Tatum. He played with Kyrie Irving. He played with Kemba Walker when he was still in his prime, Gordon Hayward when he was still in his prime, Kristaps Porzingis, Al Horford, Drew Holiday, all these really good players that he's played with over the course of his career, I think will help him acclimate to it. He's never played on a team as stacked as this Sixers team is right now, Mike. But I think there's at least some precedent for him to kind of fall back on to not being the guy that he was last year in Boston, where the offense basically ran through him, because that's not. It'll be the case at times this season, and sure, in Philadelphia, he's still going to be a heavily used offensive player. But the game plan night in, night out for Nick Nurse is not going to be, hey, we need to get Jaylen Brown 25 shots on offense. It's just not going to, not going to pan out that way.
Yeah, I know that in Boston last year, they didn't really even have a second option. I mean, Derek White, maybe some nights, but
White,
not a definitive guy. Here, it's who's the lead guy from that night. One night it can be Maxey, one night LeBron, one night obviously Jaylen. Well, and Joel. We'll get to Joel in just a second here because Joel looks like a different human being all of a sudden. So overall, what do we make of, outside of Jaylen Brown and LeBron, the other things they've done? Because sometimes you get these teams and they're starting 4 or 5 are really good, and then there's a drop off. Is this a completed product? And what do you think of the depth this team now has?
Yeah, Mike, I'm impressed with the depth. I'm impressed with everything they did. I think the Dean Wade signing is really nice as a depth piece. I was skeptical of it initially when it looked like he was going to be penciled in as the starting 4 for the Sixers. You bring LeBron in, immediately knocks him to the bench. You also bring in Anthony Simons, who is a guy that can pretty much give you instant offense off the bench. He's a guy that's capable of scoring 20 points a game in his career that will really come in. They have some wing depth when you bring in an experienced guy like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who's played with LeBron James, won a championship with LeBron James, kind of provides that prototypical 3-and-D, what you're looking for in a role player in today's NBA. Probably a little bit not the prime player that he once was, but still a guy that can D up and knock down shots. You still have, Barlow, some of the guys they had last year. To me, the only hole on this roster, at least the only glaring hole, Mike, when I look at it, is the depth behind Joel Embiid at the center spot.
What else is new?
A little bit worrisome there when you look at Adem Bona and Huck Forty, who they brought over from the New York Knicks. I like Bona. I think you and I both like Bona, but I'm questionable. We know that how much, even if Joel's healthy, Mike, he's obviously going to miss time. They're going to want to keep his action limited. They're going to want to try to keep him healthy. So that backup center role is going to get a lot of minutes, and I just don't know that Adem Bona, though I do like what he brings to the court in spurts, I don't know that he can be relied on as your backup big. So that's my one area of concern. But otherwise, I do think they did a pretty good job of fleshing out this roster behind the starting 5.
Yeah, you've got obviously Simons, who would be a scoring guy off the bench. I do agree with you. Dean Wade feels a lot better of a deal as the bench Dean Wade than the starting Dean Wade. So I like that move as well. Huck Porty remains to be seen if he can play the minutes that you need from the backup center and make them impactful. It'll be very interesting to see about Fayon and how he fits in as a rookie here. And then Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, does he have anything left in the tank? That would be interesting. There's another guy that's being discussed in Ben Simmons. I don't know how true or accurate those things are, but for a team that has a starting 5 that they do actually have depth that a lot of these teams don't. With that being said, we haven't talked a lot about Joel. I don't know. I said I thought he looked significantly slimmer. Would you say he looks very similar to he has in past off seasons where we say, hey, Joel looks like he's lost some weight? Or do you think this is a significant transformation?
It looks significant, Mike. It is a little bit tough in terms of it's happened before. I know you and I, it feels like deja vu having the conversation around this time. Hey, Joel looks good. But I genuinely think that he does look the slimmest he's ever been. And by all accounts, I mean, obviously we haven't heard directly from Joel, but Mike Gansey, Nick Nurse, like everyone that's talked to media recently has been on the same page, saying that he's been healthy all summer, that he's been putting in work all summer. Nick Nurse just was on a podcast a couple of days ago talking about how he's been able to be in the gym, lifting, like doing all the things that he needs to do this offseason. And that's exactly what you want to hear. Obviously, that doesn't guarantee that it's going to keep him healthy and on the court through May and June, which is what you want. But it does seem like this summer specifically, that knee issue that was lingering for the past 2 off seasons, kind of in the rearview mirror, which was a huge thing. Obviously, the appendectomy now is in the rearview mirror. So for Joel, I do think this off season has been great, and he does look, like you said, Mike, like noticeably slimmer in those pictures that the team put up of him yesterday.
Noticeably. Like I was shocked. Somebody said it looked like they put his face on Kevin Durant's body. I was like, and listen, this isn't any of well, because of this, he's going to score 30 a night. I have no idea, but I thought he looked significantly slimmer. The big thing is I wonder where Joel fits into all this. Like, that to me is the biggest question of the whole offseason. You now have LeBron. You now have Jaylen Brown. You've had 2 championship players, but you still have this guy as part of this roster. And how does he fit in to now what you have with around him? Because he's never had the talent around him like this.
Yeah, Mike, and in a way, I think the talent around him is almost going to be a way to kind of extend this back third or back 3 years of this contract extension, and they potentially keep him on the court and limit how much the team expects of him, Mike. Like, the workload expected of Joel when he's healthy and available over past years, as we know, has been huge. The center of the offense, the center of the defense, like everything has been running through him. And with this team, like, it just doesn't need to. Even when he's healthy, he doesn't need to be the guy that the offense is running through him on the block or at the elbow. Like, he can get in where he fits in, which might be an adjustment for him in the same way that Jaylen Brown has to make an adjustment to a new role. Like, Joel has become so accustomed to basically being the be-all, end-all for the Sixers offense, other than, Maxey the past couple of years. He just doesn't need to be this year. And if he can accept the fact that, hey, maybe they only need him to average 18, 16 points a game, he doesn't have to try to put up 30 every night. If he can be okay with that and wrap his head around it, then it's a way that potentially the Sixers could keep him upright and healthy for longer, just by limiting how much he has to play, and when he does play, how much he has to do on the floor.
Yeah, I am highly intrigued with, if this version of Joel shows up, how much more that will allow him to do. Because a lot of people wonder, if he said last year the knee problems are behind him. That's hard for people to wrap their head around. I can certainly understand why people wouldn't want to listen to that nonsense, but with the weight off of him, you wonder how much that will help him just be a much more fluid player on the floor.
Right, exactly, Mike. And I think that's what the Sixers are aiming for. I think, right now, you didn't mention anything about it, but I don't think they have any plans of looking to trade him. I know there's still suggestions that the Sixers should try to, get off that extension, which kicks in this coming season, 3 years, $191 million, I believe is the exact number, starting this upcoming season. It's a staggering amount of money. And if he can't stay on the court, which will to be seen, maybe then at that point you look. But from everything that I've been able to, reporting people I've talked to, they're not looking to move him at this point. They're saying that the best team that they could put on the floor with this unit that they've assembled includes Joel Embiid at the center spot. The Sixers are operating like he's going to be healthy and available, and a huge piece of the puzzle for them moving forward, at least in this coming season. And then I think with Joel at this point in his career, you probably got to take it year by year. But at this point, he's healthy, and they're going into the season with him as a huge piece of the puzzle.
I said, I don't know what the over-under is for games played, but I'll take the over.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mike. And I think, like, you and I actually talked about this last week. I think it should be the over. Like, I think the days of trying to, preserve him and he's in and out of the lineup, I think, like, continuity for this Sixers team with all these new pieces. You're playing with Jaylen Brown. You're playing with LeBron James. Having him out on the court as much, not necessarily as much as possible, but consistently, I think will be key for this team to fully gel. And for that to happen, it can't be a situation like we've seen in the past where it's a will he or won't he on a nightly basis. Like, it has to be a will he most of the time, I think, for this team to fully find it.
And MKB, one of the things I said, I wanted him to play on the Olympic team, or it didn't bother me that he did, because I thought being around all those guys would help him. And obviously it didn't, in terms of becoming a more competitive guy and learning. But now he's got 2 guys that are here. I know Jaylen Brown got snubbed, but you got a champion MVP. Those guys are in your locker room every single day now. You have nowhere to hide.
Right, and I think that's, like you said, Mike, it's great for Joel, and it's the exact type of guy. I mean, having LeBron James specifically, obviously Jaylen Brown is very accomplished in his own way. But for a guy that's had, let's say, issues in terms of the off-court part of basketball and preparation and diet and shit, all those things that Joel has been, struggled with over the course of his career, there's literally nobody better that you could have as just an example by leadership than LeBron James, who the way he takes care of himself, the effort that he puts into the game off the court, everything that LeBron has done over the past 2+ decades to get him to the position where he's still as impactful as he is in his 24th season. I think it's a little late in Joel's career to potentially turn a corner in that regard, but it also just cannot hurt to have a guy with that cachet of you just have to respect. And I agree. I think maybe what we were hoping for in that Olympic team will actually happen in the Sixers locker room this year.
Well, there's a lot happened. I would say the guy I'm most intrigued by with this new look would be Joel, just to see how different he is. Does he take it more serious? Is he a guy that elevates his game? Is there another level? Which guy are you most interested to see how the new look kind of changes or does anything for them?
I'll actually be very interested to see how it works for Tyrese Maxey, Mike. I mean, Joel obviously is interesting, and then the two new guys. But Maxey over the past, obviously last year, past 2 years, just all dominant, top 5 in scoring, top 5 minutes, like everything, all the statistically, like he has done so much for the Sixers over the past 2 years. I'm just going to be interested to see how, he adjusts to playing with other ball-dominant guys. Like LeBron is, in fact, going to be kind of the de facto point guard like we were talking about. That's going to take the ball out of Tyrese's hands a lot, playing more off-ball than he did the past couple of years. So I'm just kind of excited to see how he adapts and meshes his game to fit with some of these new guys. I know he'll approach it with the right attitude and the selfless nature that he always has. He's already said that he's, basically willing to do whatever it takes. So it is going to take some major adjustments on his part compared to the way that he's played over the past couple seasons to, kind of not take a step back, but in a way let these other guys have the reins of the offense. So I'm excited to see how that
I'm interested to see, like I talked about this a little bit yesterday, see what your takeaway is. Michael Kasky, Blomain, 97.3 ESPN.com covers the Sixers, which is, can Maxey be used in a way like Curry was, where he's just running around off screens, and just tiring defense, because that dude just has a ball of energy. He's one of the fastest guys in the league. If he can get his defender running around chasing him all night long, he's not going to shoot the ball like Curry's, obviously, but he can catch off of a screen, put the ball on the floor. I mean, you could see a defender having a rough night at the office chasing him around.
Yeah, absolutely, Mike, and that's something that Tyrese has showed that he's capable of doing. Like he's a great catch and shoot guy. I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but his catch and shoot numbers over the past couple of seasons, they've improved like the rest of his shooting. It's a part of his game that he's certainly willing and able to embrace. And I think that could help, if you have a dynamic guy like that moving around the offense and then you still have all the other guys, that'll do nothing but open up opportunities for Joel, for Jaylen, for LeBron. So I think, I'll be curious to see if Nick Nurse does kind of utilize him in that sort of, to your point, like no one will shoot like Steph Curry. But Maxey, I mean, he has the range, he has the release. Like he is a guy that could mimic that type of role. So it'll be interesting to see if, Nick Nurse kind of leans into that.
All right. Well, training camp can't get here fast enough. They don't even have a schedule out yet. I said, in what year, MKB, are you so anticipatory to the schedule being released? It's like the NBA schedule drops. Like, okay, do you have a game? Now you're like, when are you dropping the schedule? I want to see when these games are.
Never, Mike. And I'll even take it a step further. Like most of the people I talk to in Philly right now, I'm not going to say overlooking by any means, because the Philadelphia Eagles do not get overlooked in Philadelphia. But a lot of people are expressing that same sentiment, like, can't wait for NBA season to start. Can't wait to see this new look Sixers team. And that's with training camp just underway. There's the NFL season approaching. Like that just tells you how much buzz and excitement there is in this area for this Sixers team. It's, at least for the time that I've been covering it, there's always excitement, but this is unparalleled in terms of July, August excitement for the Philadelphia.
They can't let us down, because if they let us down this time, there is going to be, just like Jaylen Brown said, Boston always looks for someone to blame. They will be looking for everybody to blame if this season is disappointing. MKB will be covering it at The Real Mike KB, and he joined us here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
All right. Also, Trust the Mics, our Sixers podcast, will be back this season. We'll be talking all things Sixers with MKB, Michael Kasky Blomain, who's covered the Sixers for a decade for 97.3 ESPN.com. When the Sixers are back, he'll be back with us here on the Sports Bash. All right, coming up, we've got 5 o'clock hour of the show, and it's brought to you by Cross County Connection, 6 new South Jersey Connect shuttles. Fare free transportation across Southern Jersey. Connect to your job, college courses, doctor's appointments, shopping, government services, all at no cost to riders. For details, 856-229-7571 or driveless.com. Coming up, fastball today. What's up with Andrew Painter? What's up with Derek Hill? What's up with the Phillies bullpen? What's up with the Phillies defense? We got a lot today. That's next. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video. Watch us live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. All right, 5:31. It is time for today's Phillies Fastball. It's brought to you by Ventnor Social, place to go to catch every Phillies game. They play tonight at 6 o'clock to wrap up the series against the Nationals. Phillies tied for second spot in the wild card standings with the D-backs, but currently are the third team, which means they would be playing the division champion, the worst of the division champions. A lot to get into from last night's game. Bullpen, yikes. Painter left early. What's the latest? Derek Hill left the game last night. What's the defense look like? A lot of questions. Oscar's here to help answer them. It's today's Phillies Fastball on the Sports Bash Live. And Oscar, we can get into a lot of different spots. You know, Painter was throwing well last night. He had to leave the game. I guess it looks like he's going to be okay and make his next start. Good news for the Phillies, but what you think of Painter? Because he's been a big question.
Look, I thought, the most important news that we just heard from Mattingly is that Painter is supposed to make his next start, which is great news, as well as Hill. Derek Hill, he has a bruise. He's going to be sore. He might be available for pinch hitting today. So that's the best news we could have had, Mike. I thought Painter started soft. He had some locations. Locating his fastball was an issue yesterday in the beginning of the game. It was raining. I know we're going to bring a lot of excuses around that and rain and all that. It wasn't the prettiest of days, but look, Painter started pitching better as he went along with the game. And unfortunately, he got hurt there, and he's supposed to make his next start. So that's the best news. I don't want to see a backup pitcher here because we don't have much left in the tank back there.
Yeah, they don't have one. Bullpen last night. Once Painter went out, the 8 different pitchers came into the game. Interesting enough, the 2 new guys, Oscar, were the 2 guys that did not pitch well.
Yeah, the Killian experiment, was not pretty. Allowing 5 runs, 4 unearned. The same thing with Alvarado. Alvarado was completely wild. He couldn't throw strikes yesterday. Look, this bullpen strikes out hitters, but it has command issues, and that is a problem. We allowed 4 base on balls. The last the 3 pitchers allowed 5 of the 8. We need to. The bullpen is an issue and continues to be an issue, and I'm a little worried. Unfortunately, the guy that I expected him to do, Brooks Riley, to do a great job, he did not do a great job. He allowed 2 runs in an inning, so hopefully. He'll turn it around as we move forward, but we're going to need this bullpen to step up if we want to make it far in the playoffs.
Yeah, so far, Killian, he pitched last night, gave up, I think, 4 runs, and Brooks Raley did not, say, hey, this looks like a guy who could pitch in big situations, and then there's Alvarado. He loads the bases up, he walks a guy home, and then he strikes out the guy on 3 pitches. It's just hard, Oscar, to really trust him in big moments. I don't know where you are with the big fella, but I don't want to see him thrown in the 8th inning of a playoff game to try to seal the deal.
You can't. He cannot locate his pitches. His fastball, in the past, he could locate them. He was a little wild, but he could look when he needed to throw a fastball, he would get it through. But yesterday, he had the opportunity to go out of that inning without scoring any runs, and he couldn't. He gave the base on balls to score a run. That's not the way you're going to be able to win. And when you look at the stat line, Mike, 7 out of the 10 runs came from the newcomers, man. That's a little scary. Brooke Riley around 2 runs and Killian 5 runs. It's the newcomers are getting back to the old ways around here. So I'm a little worried.
No, and often on Phillies Fastball, we talk about the circle of trust in that bullpen. I don't know that anybody's entered it, right? No one's entered it. Have you got anybody that you're putting in your circle?
Duran and then everybody else, man. I think they should just run the bingo balls there and just pull a ball and just pull whomever you want, because it ain't working. It ain't working. Kirkering got an inning. He didn't strike out anybody. He was okay. Maisa also had a good inning. Those 2 guys did a nice job yesterday, but in significantly lower leverage in the 5th and the 6th inning. So, look, we're counting on Christopher Sanchez to come today and win this series so we can lock it in. It's going to be very important.
14 wins for Christopher Sanchez, by the way. He has an outside shot to get, I guess, 20 wins this year, which you never see in Major League Baseball. So he needs the game tonight. I want to get your thoughts on, I know it's only 2 games, the the defense. Harper, right field, the ball that Hill misplays. Harper's really supposed to be backing up on that. Stott over at third. Arise has been, fine at second and boom. But just overall, the defense here.
I think the simplest way is still too early. I mean, that's what they looked okay. I mean, everybody has looked okay, but in my opinion, it's still too early, Mike. I mean, look, I've seen Arias play second base. He's an okay second baseman, as you mentioned a number of times. He lacks the range. He's not fluid. I mean, it's a little stiff around second base, and we'll see it as we get more familiar with him at second. Look, Stott at third base, he's going to be fine. I'm not worried about that. Alec Bohm, it'll be an adjustment for him, but I think he has the size and the ability to make first base, and I mean, it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay. We will not be a Gold Glove type of team. I mean, we could lose games because of our defense.
There's no question about that. Stott last night, there was a ball hit down the line. I'm wondering, Bohm, does he get to that ball? And Bohm's no Gold Glover at third either, but is that just a play that Stott hasn't reacted to enough yet?
Yeah, probably. The hot corner is a hot corner for a reason. I played there for many, many years, and believe me, there's a lot of rockets hit that way. Stott doesn't see those rockets playing second base, and Stott has become such a smart player playing second base that instead of, and you know this, Mike, from playing ball for many years, you don't run laterally. You go back, and second base allows you to go back to catch balls that normally you wouldn't. And Stott, became a very good second baseman, and I really enjoy seeing him there. But it is what it is, man. I think Dabrowski said it's not going to get any worse than what we have. Let's just roll with it and see if this team wakes up and start doing what they're capable of doing.
Oscar, it's Phillies Fastball here. Let me get your take on, I want to see what you think about Schwarber. He missed a couple pitches last night. Why he's struggling so mightily? Is this just one of those long season and he's in a little bit of a slump, or are you seeing something that worries you?
To me, he doesn't look comfortable at the plate. He's swinging it. You have that big at bat. There were a lot of pitches. One thing that you have to admire in Schwarber, his ability to identify pitches and being able to let the balls pass. They throw him a number of balls on top in the last inning there that he couldn't. He was hitting foul balls. He wasn't letting them go. And I'm a little worried. It is. Again, it's just over the last 15 days. When you look at where Schwarber is, he's nowhere. He's hitting 161 with a 590 OPS. It's a little worrisome. Last 10 games. So, look, it might not be a bad idea to give him a day off. It might not be a bad idea to give him a day off.
Yeah, because this whole thing's very interesting. Now, Arise last night in the 4-hole goes and hits the home run, so now people are all excited about him. But this thing really only works if the guys in front of him get on base. And last night they didn't get the job done.
None of them got on base last night. It was ugly. It was ugly. Turner did not get on base. Harper did not get on base. Neither of their Schwarber, and that is problematic. You have. That's the reason they're at the top of the order, is because they can get the on-base percentage, and it wasn't there. Schwarber struck out 3 times yesterday, Turner once. Harper got on base a couple of times because based on balls, but I just feel that Schwarber is not comfortable at the plate, and I'm telling you, I will give him a day off. That's how I would have managed. Today would have been a great day against the national team. They hit, but they don't have great pitching. By the way, I thought we could have won that game yesterday. Once they went to their bullpen, I said, hey, we're going after them.
Well, I'll tell you what, Michaelis will pitch tonight, who had to get into the game and bunted last night. Oscar, those extra innings, that 11th inning just got away from the team. And you look at the scoreboard and you're like, man, he lost 10-4. And you wonder, you're needing a big night from Sanchez tonight because your bullpen, I don't know who's available tonight after yesterday.
Yeah, I always tell you when Christopher Sanchez pitches at home, he's almost as guaranteed as possible, and I'm guaranteeing a win today with Christopher on the mound.
All right.
Look, Christopher is special, man. He's such a special pitcher. We have our top 3 are among the best in all of baseball. We probably have the best top three in baseball. I mean, I would put it against the Dodgers. I mean, now the Dodgers have like 3 different rotations, A, B, and C. I mean, which is freaking crazy. But it is what it is. It is what it is. But look, I'm expecting big things tonight from Christopher Sanchez, and let's see what Arise does today. They continue to hit him fourth. I don't know. Everyone that you speak with, they believe Arise should be the leadoff hitter. Now, I think I mentioned this to you yesterday, which I thought is very interesting. He's never had a season where he scores 100 or more runs. Had a couple of seasons where he scores 80. He does not run well. I mean, that's one thing about Arise that makes it very, very interesting, and why he hasn't signed maybe a long-term deal. I mean, they continue rotating him from team to team, which it's a little scary.
Yeah, I said that I will give the batting fourth the benefit of the doubt. I'll give it a shot. And the one thing I do like, Oscar, about him hitting fourth is he doesn't strike out a whole heck. I mean, he only struck out 21 times, which means having Bohm as his protection isn't as worrisome than if Schwarber is there and has Bohm hitting behind him, because then Schwarber's getting nothing to hit. Arise could foul you off and just keep fouling you off. So him having less protection probably benefits him more than it would benefit, say, Schwarber.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100% with you. And if you have him at the top of the order, you're going to know Turner is going to come after him probably, or Schwarber, and it's going to be a lot more complicated. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Look, I mean, he's, as I told you, his contact rate at 93%. I mean, baseball, the average is 77. The guy is special. And I mean, let's take advantage of it. Let's ride the wave while we can. But unless Schwarber and Harper, at least those two, get hot, this team ain't going too far. That's the reality of it. I mean, you cannot put everything on Arise, because Arise, I mean, he has his limitation. I know he hit a home run yesterday, but it's the 5th home run of the season. So, look, he's a big-time hitter, but he needs the compliments around him, and Schwarber and Harper needs to do their part.
Sanchez, by the way, has won 4 straight starts, and he goes tonight against the Washington Nationals, and Oscar says they're going to win the game tonight. So they are minus 314 tonight, by the way, to win the game tonight. Kyle Schwarber, 33 homers, tied for second most in Major League Baseball this year, but he's got 14 straight games without a home run. It's his longest drought since 2024. So we will see if Schwarber can get back on the home run board tonight as the Phillies look to win this series against the Nationals, who are 1-7 in their last 8 games. I tell you, the one thing I'm looking at, Oscar, is the bullpen tonight. If they have to go to it early, who's available? That's, to me, the big one.
I bet you Christopher Sanchez pitching 7 innings today. I mean, he's 27-9 at home with a 2.43 ERA compared to 17-16 away from Citizens Bank Park with a 4.05. So you can guarantee that he's pitching at home when the postseason starts.
All right, that is today's Phillies Fastball with the Phillies taking on the Nationals. It's an early start. They're getting ready in about 15 minutes, and we'll have more tomorrow on the Phillies Fastball segment here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. He's Oscar Budishin. Thanks, man.
Go Phils, let's go.
There he is, Oscar, of course, the former play-by-play voice on the Phillies Spanish radio network. He's done a lot of great stuff, Oscar, in terms of he's done that. He's done the Eagles games. He does a lot of NBA stuff. He's all over the sports world, but always love talking Phils with Oscar here on the show. All right, we got so much more to go. Actually, I say we have so much more to go. I'm lying. We have one more segment left to go. We're running out of time, but we'll have some fun before we get out of here tonight on the Sports Bash Live. I got today's Do You Remember coming up next here on the Sports Bash. All right, get ready to get out of here. Do you remember events that happened on this day? It's August the 6th, everybody. And we talked a lot of Sixers today because of the Jaylen Brown press conference. So on this day, we do have a couple, at least one Sixer one for you. Do you remember? These are events that happened on this day, August the 6th. Here we go. First one, out of the chutes. On this day in 1963, the 76ers become the Sixers after the Syracuse Nationals moved to Philadelphia in 1963. Team management ran a fan contest to name the new NBA team. On August 6th, 1963, Walter Stolberg of West Collingswood, New Jersey, was named the winner for submitting the 76ers, honoring the signing of the Declaration of Independence in 1776, and it was quickly shortened to the Sixers. On this day, when Jaylen Brown was introduced to the Philadelphia sports media, the Sixers got their name in 1963. Also, on this day, I don't know what to make of this one. 2016, a pitcher, Jake Thompson, becomes the 2,000th player. He made his debut for the Phillies against the Padres. In doing so, he officially became the 2,000th Philadelphia Philly to appear in a game in franchise history. That was 10 years ago that happened. How many more Philadelphia Phillies players have kind of come through since then? Also on this day, 2022, kind of ties into this weekend, the Wall of Fame inductions. The Phillies inducted reliever Ron Reed and outfielder Bake McBride, who both were contributors to the 1980 championship team. Well, this weekend, Chase Utley will be inducted into the Toyota Wall of Fame on Friday night. 6-time All-Star, 4-time Silver Slugger, Chase Utley. He will be the 51st person inducted into the Phillies Wall of Fame and just the third player from the 2008 World Series championship team. So he will join Pat Burrell, Ryan Howard, and Jimmy Rollins, who will be up there on the Wall of Fame, the 51st player in Phillies team history. And as we said, on this date in 2022, Ron Reed, Bake McBride in the Hall of Fame. Wall of Fame, I should say. Also on this date, 1953, Ted Williams plays for the Red Sox for the first time after his service in the war. Think about that. You know, you are missing a full year because of your service in the war. That's unbelievable. Think about the time that those guys were living in back then. And then finally today, Hank Aaron hits his 660th and 661st home run with the Braves. He breaks Babe Ruth's record for most home runs with one franchise. He ends up with 733 home runs with the Braves franchise. So that is what happened on this day on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We'll do them again tomorrow. It's a happy hour Friday tomorrow, everybody. Looking forward to it. Tomorrow on the show, Sal Palantonio is here. Also, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City is here. Friday 5 tomorrow. And you out there, 609-403-0973. As always, if you want to get your comments into the show on the text board, we love having them. Georgia Galloway says, Oscar's always coming on and rattling off one relevant statistic after another. I don't know how he doesn't run out, but he's so good at finding numbers to illustrate his point. It's a very underrated skill he brings. You know, George, I say that all the time. When we do the show on YouTube, a lot of times for the people watching over there, he would have these slides and these boards. He does so much preparation for those fastball segments. I hope everybody's enjoying Phillies Fastball this season on the show. I'll talk to you all tomorrow, everybody.